I think it's a fake actually, because there's absolutely no way it is a like. I'm sorry, I literally just got up. I woke up and I was like, okay, you know what? Because today is a holiday due to Easter, I am simply going to stream in the morning because I didn't feel very good yesterday evening. So I thought, okay, you know what? We'll scream. We'll scream. We will also be screaming. We'll stream in the morning, and you're telling me it is the evening for you. No, I don't think that's real. One of us has to be lying. I simply don't think that's real. But yeah, welcome back. Welcome back to 999. We still have a few more rooms to go through. And might as well. Because I woke up and I received a no from the job I had an interview at last week, so I need to do something to distract myself with, because that is highly unfortunate. I was really hoping I would get that one. But it is what it is, and what it is we are on our way to our next bad ending. But before we get there, we need to read a bunch of stuff that's going to be slightly different from the things we've seen so far, because all of the other times and all of the other routes, we were always well, you know, teams, smaller teams of people, and now we're like this entire group. Pretty much everyone who's still with us right now is going to be on this route. That's why it's highly different. It's also why this is like this really long novel section, and here it's all of the smaller ones, because we're going to have a lot of people yapping, a lot of people saying many things. And last time I was trying to see where the differences are, but the differences are right there. We all stepped into the elevator and we're gonna go downstairs, and for now we are going to have to find, I think we're at the point where they have to find the new rooms first. Like, we already know what door we want to go through, but we have to find the rooms first. We, the player, know. They don't know yet. But they're closed. Also, yes, definitely my voice sounds a little off. I can feel it myself, but I blame that on just having got now. Slowly they began to move downward. Sometime later, all 7 of them stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to the right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end. But not a regular dead end. Oh, never mind, I get... Okay. Sure, I guess the number 2 door you can find really quickly and easily. My bad. Do we even all fit through door number 2? Wait, let me check one more thing. Okay. Now we can. Immediately they began to discuss who would go through it. They're not gonna have Junpei be able to choose anything anymore at this point, I think. They're gonna be like, no! You do whatever we tell you to, fuck you. I would like to go in. Oh. First to speak up was 7. 7 and 5 already. Okay. Junpei followed suit, which meant Lotus was by default the 3rd member. 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 20, and 2 plus 0 is 2. Interesting team. Interesting team. Because, you know, we are aware that Seven and Lotus don't get along too well, but they...
夫婦かよ、お前ら。
Jun blushed. So did Junpei.
バカなこと言ってんじゃねえよ。
Perhaps in an attempt to hide his emotions, he quickly turned away to pull the lever on the bed. It's cute. They're very cute about it, I think. The door opened. As I come to expect, there appeared to be a short hallway on the other side. Lotus was the first through the door. Seven was next, and Junpei brought up the rear.
今度はどこだ。
向こうには見当たらないわ。
あったぞ。すぐそこだ。
You know, actually, in my case, I think one of the biggest troubles I would have is, they got abducted from their own homes. Junpei got abducted right when he got home, but I assume a few of the others were kind of just chilling in their home and still got abducted. So I'm wondering if you're a glasses wearer, like we have the extreme case, I guess, of Snake just being blind with no further indication what that exactly means, except he can't see. What if they got someone who just has really bad eyesight, not to the point of where glasses don't help anymore, but just, okay, I would need my glasses or contacts or whatever, and they don't take that with you. They're like, oh yeah, we abducted you, but I can't actually see. Like, where the hell is... I don't know, I can't read anything. Good morning! 1 a.m. Good morning. I don't think time zones are real. It is 9 a.m. for me. Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the bed, and had been placed just inside the room right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of their bracelets. There we go. Jimmy could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Seven and Lotus were breathing hard and fast.
いつまで経ってもなれんな、この感覚が。
Fake him into anger me specifically? You're so right. You're so right.
俺は慣れたくなんてないな。こんな馬鹿げたゲーム。慣れる前にとっとと抜け出してしまいたいよ。
ちげえね。
さてと。
Junpei looked around again.
短い通路にドアが5枚か。左手に3枚と右手に1枚。
あとは突き当たりに1枚だ。
一応1枚にカウントするか。分厚い鉄板に覆われているせいで開きそうにないが。
Very true. After taking a look around the room himself, Seven spoke.
さあ、探索開始だ。手分けして調べてみよう。いいな。
うん。ええ、わかったわ。
了解だ。
それじゃあ、俺は一番手前から行くぞ。
Seven nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to him.
私は真ん中にするわ。
Okay. At last, Junpei was left alone.
それじゃあ俺も始めることにしよう。
He looked intently at the remaining 3 doors. Merchants. Are there 9 people like the game title suggests? There are, for sure, at least 9 people. Not necessarily still alive, so... But this game features at least 9 people, yes. Oh, hello! Hello! Okay. Oh. What the hell is going on here? Somebody made some wavy blue lines on this mirror with blue paint. Is that a drawing of a blue scar? No, maybe not. That looks weird. No. What a filthy, disgusting moon. Yeah, it's pretty filthy, but it's a precious hint. Let's remember it, alright? Sure. This paper seems to be pretty old. But how can you touch that? It's horrible. Well, it's not like I've really got a choice, do I? It's not like I want to. It's not like I want to. I'm just doing it because the player is making me do it. A towel! Okay, thank you. That looks cold. Pretty sure you trace to death in the winter. No kidding. If I try to sleep in, my skin will dry out in no time. It's not like you're that young anymore. That shouldn't really matter. My Junpei, aren't you lucky? Seems you'll die before you have a chance to grow old and hideous. I'm sorry, you're right. Dry skin is a woman's worst enemy. I don't remember how old she's supposed to be. I don't know why they keep hammering in the fact like, oh, you're not that young anymore. It's like, she doesn't look old in any way. But what the hell do I know? Is there anything else in this room? No, that's just a... Can I flush the toilet? Just hanging from the wall. If you're pulling a string, there must be a toilet that flushes. Okay. She's anime old, yeah. I guess. Ah, there we go. There's nothing in the drawer. Yeah, something's not right though. The handle in the drawer doesn't really fit, you know, it just looks messy. Why didn't you take it out? Center room drawer. Oh. Oh, do we have to play mix and match? Yeah, I remember playing mix and match in this game. Lots of mixing and matching. Let's see. What's this one? A sun. Similar toilet lid, huh? Seems a little fishy to me. It's a sun symbol, but it doesn't look like the ones on the doors. What about this one? This handle's pretty loose. Loose. Think it'll come off if you pull on it? It fell off. Huh, look at this. That handle doesn't really fit on the string. Maybe it wasn't meant to be attached to it. Oh, I know. I know I can update it. I mean, changing it like that was actually an update. But hi, good morning. I was like, oh man, I really want to start on time. On an arbitrary time. That only I know. I just pressed start without changing it, that's why. Yay, a handle. Okay, what else? Oh, what's happening here? I don't think I'm gonna need this tube. What are you? This part is thinner than the rest. In fact, this doesn't really look like it's part of the rest of this thing. This one feels loose. Maybe I'll give it a couple of turns. There we go. Oh, we're not playing VLR. We're still on 999. I do plan on getting to Witch's Last Reward, but we are still on 999. The book roll is all used up. Well, whoever designed all of these rooms definitely had some interesting ideas. Yes, it's a very solid game. I like 999. It's one of my favorites. I am of the same opinion as a lot of people that 999 is, like, story-wise, is one of the best. But when it comes to being an escape game specifically, I think VLR is the better one. But also, I'm one of the few people that really, really like the third game still. I know a lot of people are like, why about the third one, but I like it. Hellish military compound looking place? Yeah. Yeah, a little. I was about to say I can never remember what button the items are on, but there it is. I would like to combine these two. If I just stick this metal rod into the handle, you should get a screwdriver. Yeah! And I would like to combine these two. If I use a screwdriver on the screw in the center of the handle, maybe I can get a knob. Yay! Special Watch, that was a limited release. Oh, no. No. I don't think I can get that anywhere anymore. Like, I think I'm a few years too late on the whole special releases for any of these games. Like, I just don't think you can still get that for a feasible amount of money, you know? I think you might be better off just trying to build one yourself. Okay, let's see. What about this drawer? Is it... Ah! Wait, I have a screwdriver. This thing's really simple. Is it really a desk? Of course it's gonna be simple. I mean, it's probably like that so we don't try and use it as part of the puzzle, right? Probably use a desk to write letters to your family or something, but this is a boat. I bet the only thing they used this for was eating off of. Yeah, can I... My brother in Christ, can you please use a screwdriver on the on the screws? The hell, it's not opening. There's something up with this drawer. I don't trust it. There's screws right there. Do I need to use my mouse? Is that what you want me to say? Okay. Fancy watches for your watch eating addiction. No! Don't eat them! Screws off. Now we can open the drawer. Thank you. That is exactly what I wanted. There's nothing in here. Well, maybe the drawer is what we need. Drawer, huh? Alright, let's yank the thing out. A desk drawer. Cool. Okay. Nice. Anything else? No. Okay. Yeah, off to bed. Have a good night. Get some rest. What about this one? What the hell is this supposed to be? Like a drawing of a whirlpool or something. I had to guess I'd say it's trying to look like water. Okay, what about the sink? Oh! What's this thing? It's a little tile in the drain. Doesn't look like we're gonna be able to pull it out of there. I'd have to use our hats and... Ah, let's figure this thing out. Okay, what happens? Looks like the water doesn't work. Doesn't matter how much stuff turns the thing, no water's coming out. So it would have been shut off from somewhere else. Oh. Okay, what if we put this knob on? Oh, okay, it's not that easy, I guess. Can I... Wrong button. Oh, I don't have the screwdriver anymore. Never mind. Is tile stuck in the drain? Yeah, it sure is. Is there anything on this bed? There's a dirty blanket on the bed. Nothing else. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Maybe I forgot something over here. Does this toilet flush? Will it to flush the toilet? Yeah, but does it do that? Okay. Does this sink work? Oh wait, this one doesn't have a knob. My bad. Hold on. There we go. The handle I got off that drawer fits under the faucet perfectly. Now I can turn the water on. Okay. Junpei, what are you doing? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm running the water. I can see that. I'm asking you why you're just letting it run like that. Think about it, Lotus. This faucet didn't have a knob when we found it, right? What do you mean? Just watch. Anytime now. Hey, water's filling up. Doesn't it just mean the pipes are clogged? Let's turn it off for now. So did anything change? The water stopped flowing. Thank you, Mr. Obvious. Junpei, I'm leaving this one to you, alright? Yeah, I mean, quite technically, aren't you guys leaving all of these rooms to me? All the time? There we go. Look at that. I filled the other one, so this one's also got full. I got a tile. Moist. Okay. There we go. Junpei put the wet towel into his pocket. He was about to turn away when there was a noise behind him. Ooh, 7 backstory maybe? Maybe? He spun around to see Seven kneeling on the floor. His face was rigid and pale. Droplets of sweat covered his forehead.
おいどうしたんだよセブンすごい汗じゃないか大丈夫か
He was concerned. He'd never seen Seven like this before. Slowly, the other man lifted himself to his feet on shaky legs.
あ、大丈夫だ。ちょっとめまいがな。
His face was pale and his breathing was heavy. Sweat was pouring off his face and staining his shirt.
大丈夫ってどう見てもそうは思えないぞ
It really is.
本当に平気かよ
Seven didn't answer. Half of his face was twisted as if distorted by extreme pain and his eyes were glazed. Finally, he spoke. Get a migraine?
どうして俺は
With aura,
ここ
maybe.
に
His words made no sense.
何言ってんだよセブン2の扉を開いて俺たちはこの部屋に忘れちまったのか
いや違うんだ。そういうことじゃねえんだ。
He shook his head several times as if trying to clear something from it.
少しな。記憶が戻ったんだよ。
Ooh.
俺はここに来たことがあるらしい。
How is that possible?
え？
え？
だからこの部屋に来たことがあるって言ってんだよ。
来たことがあるっていつどうして
青いライトのな。
Suddenly, Seven was mumbling to himself. There were words Junpei didn't understand. Seven's hoarse voice trailed off, and Junpei couldn't make out what he'd said.
なんだよそれ
Seven's brow furrowed furiously, and he ground his teeth back and forth.
もう少しなんだ。あと少しで全てを思い出しそうなのに。
Seven stopped, frustrated. He pulled his hat off and ran a hand through his hair. Then suddenly he looked up, his eyes wide.
そうだ。実験。この船で実験が行われてたんだ。
実験って何の
人を操る。人を意のままに操るための実験だ。
なんだよそれ
Junpei didn't know what to make of Seven's story. Instead, he simply stared as Seven
ライト。
Seven continued.
さっき言ったのは実験の被験者となった子供たちの名前だ。他にも 4,5 人はいたはずだが全員の名前は思い出せねえ。ああ、そうだったんだ。
Hi, Raiders, welcome
俺
in.
はここに。
Good morning. From you to you, hi you. Good morning. I'm new and like the color pink vision of JRPGs. We're currently playing Zero Escape 999. And we're having a big all 7 is remembering a few things despite his amnesia session. How are you doing? Also, I'm trying to unwrap an Easter bunny, a chocolate Easter bunny. Hold on. 1 second. Trying to unwrap it without completely destroying the paper because it's very pretty sparkly paper. It's the middle of the night here. Oh, really? I feel like everyone who's come by has been like, wow, what the hell? It's so late. And I'm like, it is 9 in the morning. I just got up. You do the same thing? Nice. They've gotten so expensive. I might as well try and save the packaging. Yeah! It's so pretty. This one is a pink one with like some kind of holographic sparkle in it for whatever reason. Seven began to mumble to himself and wander aimlessly about the room. He looked confused. So far as Junpei could tell, the man was simply rambling and there were odd twitches to his movements.
実験クレイドル製薬少年少女連続不明事件
I would like to once again reiterate, I do think this is one of the endings you should do more towards the end. Which makes sense, because you don't usually end up on this specific route as easily as we've seen. Like, yes, you could get here, but who does that? You don't really. You do these two first, usually, and you don't really end up here. Not like this. Because, oh, we're getting some things that are like, these sound important. Seven continued to mumble to himself about things that meant nothing to Junpei. Junpei didn't have any answers for him, of course. He couldn't understand what was happening to Seven. All he could do was wait. I am. You know, because of the new game they announced for Somnium Files and them using the Seek a Way Out thing again, I was like, oh my god, you know what? I wanted to replay the Zero Escape games on stream anyway. Like, I love them a lot, and I fear to this day there's still a lot of people who don't actually know them. So I'm trying to spread the gospel once again. So I took that as a chance. You know what? I might as well play 999. Good morning, Itzy. Hi. After a few minutes, Seven finally stopped. He crouched down and looked under the bed. His face registered mild surprise, and he began to mumble to himself again. At last, Junpei could contain himself no longer.
一体何を思い出したって言うんだよ。一人で納得してないで俺にも教えてくれないか。
Seven stood up slowly.
思い出したって言っても全部ってわけじゃねえんだ。
It's a bunch of disconnected things he's suddenly remembering.
取り戻した記憶は断片的でまとまりがなくぼんやりとかすれちまってる。
それでも構わないよ。断片的でもいいから教えてくれ。
Junpei could feel it. Whatever Seven had remembered, it was important. Very important. Seven drew a large muscled hand down across his face. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he spoke.
どうやら俺は刑事だし。
刑事？
そうだ。今から9年前、俺は少年少女連続不明事件について追っていた。知ってるだろ、あの事件のこと。
9 years ago.
あの頃俺は中学1年生。詳しいことはよくわからないが、概要くらいなら。確か当時の俺と同い年ぐらいの子供たちが突然行方不明になっちまったんだよな。新聞でもテレビでも連日のように報道してたっけ。そうか、セブンはあの事件を。
ああ、そうらしい。で、捜査を進めていく間にクレイドル製薬って名前の製薬会社が事件に関与してることを突き止めてな。その会社の内部の人間から情報を引き出すことに成功したんだ。そいつはこう言った。
今夜 X 埠頭から船が出る。子供たちはその船に乗せられ沖合に停泊している大型客船と連行されるらしい。
I'm trying to figure out if we've heard this specific voice before, but I don't think so.
てな。そして俺はその埠頭へと向かった。物陰に身を潜めて様子を探ると、岸壁に一艘の不審船が横付けされているのが分かった。
9 doors, 9 persons, 9 hours, 9 kids, 9 years, 9 nice dollars? No, the original DS release did not. Or more like none of the releases before this specific version had voice acting. I used to have hair, he did. I think he is a very cool character, design-wise.
その戦場と周囲にちらほらと人影が見えてな。どうやら黒いスーツに身を包んだ男たちが 大きな袋に詰め込まれた何かを。その重量感、たわみ方を見て俺は悟った。間違いねえ。奴らが運び込んでいるのは、気づいた時にはもう俺の体は動いていた。物陰から飛び出し銃を構えた。
I'm surprised he had a gun, actually. You know, yes, he's a policeman, but in Japan?
動くな。だが次の瞬間、俺の後頭部には銃を捨てろ。激鉄の下げられる音が頭蓋骨に直接響いた。って悔しいがどうしようもなかった。その直後、首筋に鋭い痛みを覚えた。何か針注射か。俺はそのままうつ伏せになって倒れた。頬には冷たいコンクリートの感触があった。それを最後に俺の意識は途切れた。硬い床の上で俺は目を覚ました。くそ、頭がガンガンするぜ。どこだここは。
This one is still one of my favorites. It's so... Who decided to draw him like that? It was like, hey, I need the 3D model of that one ship room so I can draw 7 on it. And everyone else was like, okay, sure, go off. It's used for what, 2 seconds?
ドアのついていないむき出しのままの便器。どうやらそこは刑事である俺にとって馴染み。独房。
Okay, no, sorry, it's used slightly more than 2
便器の反対
seconds.
側の壁には1枚の扉があった。俺はよろめきながら身を起こしてその前に近づいていった。扉に手のひらをついて前後左右に圧力をかけてみた。開かねえ。
Of course not.
当然だ。独房にぶち込んでおいて鍵をかけないわけがない。何度か体当たりも食らわしてみたが無駄だった。だよな。俺は一人つぶやいてその場にどさっと腰を下ろした。それからどれぐらいの時間が経ったか。俺の耳にふとかすかな声が届いた。声は遠かった。なんて言ってるのか聞き取ることはできなかった。だがそれは確かに俺の鼓膜を震わせていた。変声期を迎える前の甲高い声。声は一つじゃなく重なり合って響いていた。複数いるな。5人か6人か。どこだ。どこから聞こえてくる。俺はキョロキョロと辺りを見回し壁に耳をつけてみた。違う、こっちじゃねえ。左か。左のベッドの下が。鋼鉄のフレームをがっしり掴むと力任せにベッドをひっくり返した。
You'd think a bed like this would be somewhat, I don't know, attached to the wall, but even if it was, I feel like he's strong enough to just kind of rip it out.
見つけた。すぐベッドが置かれていた壁の下の方に金網に覆われた通気口があった。腹ばいになって奥を覗き込んでみたが暗くて何も見えやしない。だがその先から声が聞こえてくることは間違いなかった。どういうことだ。なんでこんなところに子供たちが。思い出したのはクレイドル製薬の内通者の言葉だった。
今夜 X 埠頭から船が出る。子供たちはその船に乗せられ沖合に停泊している大型客船と連行されるらしい。
おいおいおい、まさかここはその大型客船の中だってのか。
I wonder if you're not aware that you're on a ship and like you're somewhere where you cannot see the sea, would you still be able to feel it? Like depending on the type of ship it is. Yes, those big, I assume, I've never been on one, those big cruisers, they're probably in a lot of those rooms you don't really feel it too much because they're made for comfort. Comfort. But I wonder if you could trick your brain by just being someone who's not aware that they're on a ship, opposed to a person who is aware they're on a ship, like staying in the same kind of room or whatever.
とにかくどうにかして子供たちのところへたどり着けねえもんかと俺は考えた。
But also just, right? I do wonder.
その時目に入ったのは金網だった。いけるか。
Seven, I really don't think you will.
俺は指をかぎ爪のように折り曲げて、そして。
I find it incredibly funny that they showed us the toilet. Well, this is the text we get. For no fucking reason. Man's fighting for his life in there.
俺は額に吹き出した汗を拭って、早速その奥へと潜り込んでいった。
He really fit. Junpei waited for Seven to resume his story. The longer he waited, however, the clearer it became that Seven had no intention of doing so. He had gone silent and simply stared off into the air, his eyes blank.
その後はどうなったんだよ?
I don't know. He'd waited long enough, but Seven shook his head.
わからねえんだ。こっから先が。確かダクトの先にあった扉を開いて、何人かの子供たちを見つけたはずなんだが。やっぱりダメだ。この先が全く思い出せねえ。
そんな、そこにいた子供たちはどうなったんだよ。セブンが助け出したのか？
かもしれないし、そうじゃないかもしれねえ。なんとなくだが、一人亡くなっちまったような気がする。女の子が。
え？
Deep in his heart, Junpei felt something very cold. Seven's head dropped, and Junpei saw on it a look of sadness, the likes of which he had never seen on a man before. The large man's eyes blinked rapidly as if he were fighting back tears, and he swallowed hard. His sigh was like the melancholy setting of an old, abandoned building. He shook his head and spoke.
このぐらいで勘弁してくれ。こっから先は本当に思い出せねえんだ。
After that, Junpei could hardly try to force any answers out of the other man.
そうか。まあしょうがない。分かったことだけでもまとめてみるか。
Junpei left Seven to pull himself together and instead began thinking everything over.
9年前に発生した少年少女連続不明事件。どうやらその事件の黒幕はクレイドル製薬という製薬会社の人間のようで、彼らは子供たちをさらってこの船へと連れてきたらしい。目的は実験のため。
An experiment.
人を意のままに操るための実験だと、その実験の被験者とされたのがさらわれた16人の子供たちで、その中には青い、ライト、ノナという名前の少年と、まあこのくらいか。あとはセブンが刑事だということも判明したが、どのみちこれだけの情報じゃどうにもならないな。ノナリーゲームのこともゼロのことも相変わらず謎のままだし、連続不明事件から9年経った今、どうして俺たちが同じ船に拉致されてきたのかわからない。
Junpei, just keep it in
と
mind.
いうか、そもそも人を意のままに操るための実験。
It's like, I've gotten information, but I don't know what to do with it yet. It's okay, it's okay. There's still game left to play.
そんなバカバカしい実験が本当に行われたっていうのか
It's a pharmaceutical company. What the hell do you expect? Yes. The answer is always yes. Big Pharma wants you to believe they're good. Before long, Junpei realized he had spent quite some time deep in thought.
じっとしててもしょうがないし動くか
Junpei shook his head quickly to clear it and returned to his investigation, thoughts swirling in his mind. Hey. Good. Do you think... Just kind of... What if I put this drawer in here? Do you think that's gonna do something? Okay. What if I put the one from the other room in here? Ah, it sounded like something falling. What was that? I heard it too. Let's open the drawer. Sure.
Another tile.
Tile game. That noise, huh? See, the drawers weren't the same size. That's why the tile didn't get knocked down by the other drawer. Then not. I know I'd catch you streaming now. What do you mean? I'm playing 999 at 9 AM in the morning. What better time? What better time than right now? Also, good morning. How are you doing? Good, okay. We should look into the other rooms that we haven't been to at all. What is in this? Oh, it's dark in here. What's the deal with the lighting here? There's just this one beam of light. The rest of the place is too dark, I can't see anything. There's no way we can explore the rest of this room. Using the holidays as usual? Yeah. I mean, come on. Why the hell not? This sink, there's no light shining on it. It's hard to be sure because it's so dark here, but I don't think there's anything going on with this sink. This faucet, it's too hard to turn. I just barely see a mirror from the light coming through the ceiling. Sure, it'd be nice if the mirror is a little lower down. Looks like it's the same height as the mirror on the right. I wonder if that means anything. Yeah, for sure. Question is just how the hell do I get to do that? It's been too long. Listen, my body's abusing me, so I get to abuse the holidays, finally. I'm so happy when this month is over, I swear to God. Can I use this mirror? In the other room, the river and the spring went together to solve the puzzle. Does that mean there might be a similar puzzle with this mirror? Nothing else here apart from the mirror. Maybe I just need to pair something with this mirror. If only I remembered how all of these rooms worked. Not really a great one, but still, okay. What about this drawer? Ah! No matter how I pull this damn thing, it won't budge. Guess I won't be opening this anytime soon. It doesn't look like it's got a keyhole, and there doesn't seem to be anything stopping it. How the hell am I supposed to open it? Okay, okay. How the hell am I supposed... Can I take the mirror with me? No. Ugh. I hate when there's like a few things I remember from how to solve a room, and then it's just blank. There's a ray of light in the center of the room, and there sure is. Ah, my head. else do we have? We have so few items. And I have nothing to reflect anything with. Right, one more try. Does this one truly not fit in here? Does this not make a difference? Okay. On the top was a river and spring, right? If the picture in this mirror is a spring, it's talking about the water in the sea. Yeah, I mean, we already solved this one. Thank you. That's not helping. This one is the sun. It's just hanging there. A bunch of tiles on the door that spell out emergence. Maybe we need to emerge out of here? Maybe you can try... Okay. Same result. Okay. It's not like I have any other rooms to try. So everything I can do has to be in here. There's no line shining on it. I'm running out of things to interact with, not gonna lie. What about the chair? There's a simple chair over where the light doesn't shine. Great! Cool. Ray of light in the center of the room. What about this one? Ah! 14 is E. Yes, as always. It's been the same thing the entire time. It says 14 is E. I think I saw 14 in red somewhere else. Wasn't something I'm carrying around with me. What? I mean, yes. Yeah. But... Eh? Do I not? On something he's carrying around with him. What the fuck are you talking about, my guy? What is he saying? Genuinely, what? I like that it's always the E that they give you, though. What do you want me to do, my guy? I'm so sorry. I can just barely make out the string for the toilet. I can get a hold of it. And it pisses me off that I can see it, but I can't touch it. What do you mean you can't touch it? What? How do you get out of this room? Toilet paper. It's still white enough for me to know what it is even in the dark. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it. Yeah, no. But I don't have any other items with me. I only have these. Oh my god. Fuck off. Do you think I need this anymore? Wait, there's something on the back. It's a mirror. Oh, fuck you, game. Oh yeah! We can probably use this mirror to reflect the light. We just gotta figure out where to reflect the light. Maybe if I go somewhere that's a little easier to shine light on. I hate this. If I shine a light on the mirror in the back. Ooh, I get it. If I shine light on the mirror, symbols appear. The left side has a sun and the right has a moon symbol. I'm gonna remember this. When I shine light on the mirror in the back. 7. Is that a number? If I shine light on this mirror, then I get to see some numbers. I can see a 4 on the left and a 7 on the right. 4 and 7. Okay, thank you. Because I remember what to do afterwards, but I was like, how do I? Okay, let's see if I'm actually allowed to do this now. Or if the game is like, no, you need to figure out more stuff. The only thing you can manipulate in this room is that string. Chances are they made this puzzle so someone wouldn't trigger it by accident. Again. Guess I should just keep pulling on this thing then? Here goes, second pull. 3, 4. You just hear something? I did, but it doesn't look like anything's happened here. I wonder what that sound was. Yeah, I wonder what that sound was. Hold on. This is what the moon symbol was pointing to, huh? You probably made it so that someone wouldn't trigger it by accident if that's the case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And Lotus is like, what the fuck are you doing? There's a sound again. It happens whenever I pull that string a couple of times. Junpei, did you hear something from the other room? The other room, you mean from the dark room? Yes. That is probably where it should be. Let's see. Not the land. Godly waste of water for real. Wait, no, hold on. We already should make this one open, right? Yes. This door opens easily enough. I do truly wonder how in the hell they connected a drawer like this with pulling the string for the toilet too many times. Like, what the fuck, actually? Okay. Let's get out of here. Okay, well, it looks like we've investigated all the rooms. The only mystery left is that door. Alright, let's crack that mystery then. We've got 4 tiles, and there are a bunch of tiles that are the same size up on the wall here. If you replace 4 of the tiles on the wall with the ones we've got, that should open the door. There's only one way to find out. Well, they're all the same, so we're simply going to replace the ones we have 4 of. Don't question it too much. I try. Did you just hear something unlock? Does that mean we got it right? Yes, it looks like we did. The 14 hidden on the tile. If you convert it to the hexadecimal, it's an E. There's a 14 hidden on the tile. I knew that. I knew that. I definitely didn't just choose this because it said E. And we had 4 of them. The E's and emergence are the 14s from the tiles. So if you replace it, that gives up the answer. Do you really care why it worked? Let's just get out of here. For real though, it's like, okay. Yes, let's go. Who cares why? It worked. They passed through the open door and headed to the next room. Junpei jogged down the short staircase and looked around. Ugh! Oh, this room. Ah, yeah. The words had sprung and been to his lips, but it was clear why. Junpei shivered. Lotus and Seven reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped short, terrified.
君の悪い部屋ね。
一刻も早く退散したいところだが。
He checked up the stairs on the opposite side of the room and shook the door on the wall next to the catwalk. It didn't open and he muttered to himself. Yeah.
ロックがかかってるのね。
ねえ、いつもの通りだ。
で、今度は一体何の部屋なの？
Junpei looked around the room again.
部屋のど真ん中に椅子か。
椅子って言っても座りたくはならないデザインね。
The back of it was covered with electrodes connected to a nest of wires.
その足元はこれガラス張りか？
And then series casually encourage 13 to 16 per game just to fuck with 9. For real. I've been to one IRL escape room thingy, and the setting, we did a beginner's one because, you know, none of us had ever been in any real IRL escape rooms, and the setting was kind of, it was also very nautical based, like with ships and everything. And it was funny because it opened with like, oh, you know, you're in this hallway and the door at the end is locked. You need to get a key. You need to find a key, and the key was across from the first gate in a small closet, and it was like, okay, we need to find something to like get there, because obviously none of us have arms that are long enough, and not even if you had arms that are that long, that wasn't how you were supposed to get out of it. But that was like the easiest part. It's just like, oh, there's a suspicious broom right there in the corner, and you could obviously like kind of unscrew the basic stick, and then you could use that to get the key from the other side. And that was how it started. We had a bunch of, it was what, let me think. So that was the first room, then the second room was really big, connected to a third kind of smaller room, and then a fourth room that we only gained access to at the very end, basically. And that last room we had a bunch of trouble with because there were like kind of lasers in the room that you couldn't see that we would accidentally trigger. So even if we almost managed to clear the room, but because we were 7 people all standing in the same room, at some point the person watching, she was like, hey, you guys, not to give you any tips, but I think you need to be less people in the room. Because we were already doing what needed to be done to get out of it. The only reason it didn't trigger is because we were standing in those lasers that we couldn't see. Which I think was a really stupid design, because they advertised this specific room for like a group of up to 20 people. Like, what do you mean? You want 20 people standing here? If we 7 people are already managing to lock us out of escaping it because we're all stuck in the same room. But she did give us like that little hint, and so like most of us left, and then we could clear it, and then we managed to get out like 2 minutes before the end. You have to sacrifice one of your friends, sorry. Basically. It was so stupid because we were wondering why it didn't work. We were like, wait, maybe we're doing it wrong. Maybe we're doing it... No, we were doing it right the entire time. It's just because too many of us were crammed in that little room, we were accidentally triggering something else. So, whatever. Overall, it was pretty nice. But you really start to kind of take apart things thinking, oh, maybe this is part of the puzzle. It is not. I assure you, it is not. Oh, I don't like glass panels in the floor. Junpei turned to look at the right side of the room. There was a table covered with a piece of cloth. On top of the table were a number of metal instruments. Junpei didn't know what they were for, and he had a feeling he didn't want to find out. If something inhibits something else, is kind of dumb. For real, right? Like, if in that case, I would just make a small kind of sign on that room to be like, oh, there's not a lot of space in here. Take care to... I don't know. So it's not 7 people crammed in the same room, thus locking themselves out of actually clearing the room in a good time. But whatever. Whatever. We managed to make it. For my first ever IRL escape room, I think we did quite well. Or that. It's like, oh, Oh, it was a... Wait, hold on. I remember. It's a spy... It was a spy mission. It was a spy mission. We were supposed to be spies stealing some special thing. A Mission Impossible setting. That was what it was. Junpei shook his head in an attempt to clear it and tried to focus on something else.
とにかくやばい匂いがする部屋だってのはよくわかった。
Sure looked like it.
長いは無用だな。とっととこの部屋をやっつけて外に出よう。さあ、行動開始。
Let's get out of this one.
Seek a way out.
Okay. Oy, what do we have? What do we have? Many things. Okay. There's something on the screen. This device will conduct the experiment. Once the experiment has been completed, the door will unlock. First, adjust the switches to match the blocks in the sample above. Huh. I don't know what this thing is, but we gotta figure out this puzzle. It's right next to a torture chair. Whatever it is, I don't think it's good. Anyway, we adjust the switches to match the blocks up on top, right? You adjust the switches shown at the four corners of the screen and press the check button. Junpei, we don't know what this thing does. You can always come back to it later. There are lots of other things you could do. Oh god. Okay. Ah, I need to turn all of them on, I'm assuming. Oh, no. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. Okay. Wait, let me try it. More blocks show up on the screen. I think you gotta figure out which buttons you have to press in order to get the screen to match the diagram. Wait, what diagram? What diagram am I supposed to match? Wait! Wait! Let me try again. This one maybe. No. Okay. Ah! This diagram. Okay, there we go. I assume this was the diagram was easier to see in the DS version. Oh. There we go. Aha! Adjustment is completed. Now proceeding to execution phase. To complete the experiment, data must be collected from subject. Once preparation is finished, place subject in chair. Whoa, I thought we solved the puzzle already. What does it mean by preparation? I don't know. I've got a bad feeling about this. I think this means one of us has got to sit in a chair. Well, Seven's never going to fit in that thing. It's either you or me, Junpei. Collecting data, I wonder if it's going to run electricity through the subject. There's a human head on the screen, maybe it's gonna zap the brain with a little electricity. This really doesn't sound safe. Anyway, we still got to prepare. We can talk about this after we figured out what it means by preparation, alright? Well, it wants us to prepare, so maybe we ought to ask it what we need to do. Maybe. The disposal tank is closed. Please fill tank with water. What tank? Oh man, don't tell me we gotta do something with the water tank. There's probably something around here to open the tank or whatever it's asking us to do. Looks like the only controls are in this room. Okay. Well, maybe we can use some of these that are not splattered in blood. The number of ominous looking tools and instruments here. Let's see, we've got an... whatever that is. A hammer. A pair of forceps. And these other things are too old and broken. I have no idea what they are. Doesn't this wrench look way too new to be here with all this other stuff? Yes, it does. I didn't notice it before you mentioned it, but it's not rusty at all.
Oh, a wrench. Okay. Where am I gonna use this wrench?
What are you? Cover's bolted on there pretty good. Should be able to get this bolt over this wrench we just found, though.
Nice.
It's open. The hole's too small, you can't see in even with the cover off. You can see in, but I think there's enough room to stick your arm in. Are you sure you want to do that? There could be something dangerous in there. Okay, I admit that scares me a little, but we need to see if there's anything useful in there. Here we go, arm into the hole. I think I can feel something. It's small, cold, and hard. Doesn't feel like there's anything else in here. Let's see what this thing is. A sun key! Oh, nice! When I was really small, we went to the aquarium, and they have these little things where it's like, oh, you can stick your hand in and then you can feel what the skin or the scales of different animals feel like. And when I was a child, I did not understand that obviously they didn't have like actual skin, scales, whatever in there, but just different material that feels similar. So one of them was literally just empty and was just the metal that you would touch, cold, really cold metal. And the other one was just like some kind of fuzzy fabric. So they don't actually skin an animal and use that skin to put it in there. But as a child, I was like, oh my god, I can't do that. You guys took apart an animal to put it in there. Like, no, please, just stick your hand in it. No, I can't do that. Sometimes I do wonder why I was like this as a child. With fake beehives or holes in it, you got it stuck. No! How'd you get it out? Oh no! Okay, hold up. Sun key should fit into the keyhole in these manacles, which I obviously knew. Sun key, in you go. And they open. I think we're gonna need the sun key again in here now. This seems unlikely. Alright, sun key, you've done your job. Into my pocket with you. 6 or 7 just required some force. Okay. Oh god. No, because speaking of getting your fingers stuck somewhere, I'm currently reading a visual novel. For myself privately. And there's one character you gift a ring to, and she puts it on, and then you're like, oh, that's the wrong thing, and she's like, oh yeah, whatever, it's fine. She doesn't get it off again, and you're like, okay, well, just, you know, when you get home, try again, you know, use some soap and water and whatever. Anyway, so next day at school, she still has it on. You're like, why do you still have it on? Oh, I didn't get it off. Okay, fast forward few days after, I would like to also mention that it's a murder mystery game. You find remnants of a human body, more like only the extremities, no torso, no head, but the arms and legs. There's a ring on one of those fingers. And you're like, oh man, well, you don't gotta look for prints. You do not need to look for the fingerprints on this one. You know exactly who this hand belongs to. Isn't that fun? Yeah, fun. Wow! I still have 2 more routes to go through in that game. It's not wowing me as much as I was hoping it would. But I feel like that's mostly because of all of the Scenes that are not actually about the murder mystery and are only about banging every single person with 2 legs, I guess. There's so many sex scenes in that game. I'm like, okay, I was here for the murder mystery. I guess I'm not who this was written for. It looks just like the ring I gave them too. Such a coincidence. Yeah, specifically because it was a relatively cheap ring. So I'm like, oh man. That's unfortunate. Okay. Let's see. What do all of these do? These levels have got to turn something on. Of course they would. All they can do is turn something on or off. What's important is what they turn on or off. Let's say the floor is going to suddenly open up. Oh, why would you say that? I hadn't even thought of that yet. I see some oil or something down there at the base of the lever. Feels like it's got some movement to it. I should be able to pull this one. Alright, let's pull the lever. Is that water? What the hell? What's going on? Will you calm down? It's just water going somewhere. It sounds like it's underneath us. That means the floor. Oh! Junpei, look! Oh, damn. I can see through the glass now. Oh! Ooh! Nice green. Excuse me? A couple of letters in the color of blood written on the shark's belly. Instead, looks like the letters are E, D, B, and F. E, D, B, and F. Okay, hold on. E, D, B, and... Where's my pen?
E, D, B, F.
Whatever these are for has to be in this room somewhere. Oh, poor shark. Okay, we don't care about the shark, it seems. Unfortunate. Okay. There's water in it now? Cannot communicate with external hardware. Check connection and power source. External hardware? That must mean a chair. After all, there's all these cables running between them. I don't see a power source for the chair, though. I think maybe it's controlled from somewhere else. Looks like the only controls are in this room. Okay, wait. Power source. Power source. Oh. E. A bunch of buttons here with the letters A through F on them. Let's push some of them. E. Again. These buttons switch something on or off when you push them. Okay. Right. E. D. B. F. What? There's a strange noise coming from the chair. It looks like it's been turned on. Oh no! I guess the puzzle here was that the power had to be sent in a specific way. Do not sit on the chair. I'm begging. Do not. The restraining device is unlocked. Please seat subject in device. No! The message on the screen was disturbingly detached.
やっぱり誰かが座らないと動かなそうだな。
こんなところでスリムな体が役に立つとは皮肉なものね。
If that's how you want to think about it, sure.
ヤシロ、本当にいいのか？俺が座ってお前が解いた方が。
Whatever you say.
そうだぜ。もし失敗でもしたら。
Seven couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. His eyes fell to the floor. Junpei followed them. Beneath them was a dead shark floating underneath the glass. Perhaps it had been killed by an electric shock.
敵よ。たとえ落ちたとしても、サメはもう死んでるじゃない。
だけど。
決断が鈍い男はかっこ悪いわよ。アドバイスはそこからでもできるわ。
Okay.
こんな部屋に長居したくないし、さっさとモニターの前につきなさい。
After her words had made it clear that Lotus would book no argument, she turned and walked toward the chair without hesitation. But she did not sit down. Despite what she had said, she did indeed feel hesitation. Her legs shook.
ねえ、最後に一つだけ聞いてもらえる？
最後とか言うなよ。
演技でもね。
いいから聞いて。もしも 私の身に何かあったら、お母さんはあなたたちのことを愛してた。
Fun reveal. She does actually seem to be a mother, and the other time was not just a weird joke.
うん、ずっと愛してるって。
娘たち？
お前、子供がいるのか？
ええ。ちょうど淳平くんと同じぐらいの年齢かしら。双子でね、いろいろあって若い頃に産んだの。名前はノナと、それからもう一人は。
待て、ノナ。
Junpei's words shut up before he even realized what he was saying. He remembered the story Seven had told him.
葵、ライト、ノナ。
She is.
実験の被験者となった子供たちの名前だ。
何よ、突然大声上げたりして。
Lotus took a step back from Junpei.
おお。
Seven looked just as shocked as Junpei. He blinked his eyes rapidly as if he weren't sure if he was completely awake.
まさかとは思うが。ヤシロ、お前の本当の名字は柏原じゃねえよな。
Lotus's eyes went wide.
なんで知ってんのよ。
おいおいおいおい、マジかよ。これまさかヤシロがあの子の母親だったとは。
あの子？あの子って何？まるで会ったことがあるような口ぶりじゃない。
Seven's brow furrowed.
あるんだよ。だからあるんだ。
いつ？
今から9年前に。
It's okay. It's okay. They already know Junpei's one part of Junpei's name. They might as well.
どこで？
この船の中で。
どうして？
話せば長くなる。
長くなったって構わないわ。聞かせて。一体何があったっていうの？
分かったよ。話そう。
Seven glanced at Junpei, then turned back to Lotus and began to speak. It was the same story Junpei had heard only minutes before. Every detail.
俺はだったんだが。
Ow, ow, ow.
そしてだがその時それからどうやらそこはまるでそしてこれが9年前俺が体験したことのすべてだ。
At last, Seven finished. Lotus shook her head.
そんな、私が9年もの間探し求めていた情報、それを知ってる人間がこんなにも近くにいたなんて。
探し求めていた。
そうよ。娘たちは確かにそれから9日経って私のところに戻っては来たんだけど。
Those had to have been the most horrible 9 days ever.
でもその9日間に何があったのかは精密検査の結果乱暴されたわけじゃないってことだけは分かってた。それでも何か恐ろしいことを経験してきたことは確かで、だからこそ深く追求することはできなかったの。そんなことをしたら思い出させてしまうことになるでしょ。
It's always
そっとしておいてあげるしかなかったのよ。
I like how consistent they are with the number though.
それから1ヶ月が経ち、次第に娘たちはいつもの様子を取り戻していったわ。明るい笑顔を見せるようになって、冗談を言ったりおどけてみせたり、もうそうなってしまうとなおさら何も聞けなくて、いつしかその件について触れるのはタブーになってしまったの。だけどそれでも気になるじゃない、母親としては。だから私は独自に調査を始めることにしたのよ。
I really like this specific sprite of her because I love how expressive the face is. With her lips and everything.
その空白の9日間に何があったのか、それを突き止めるために。
それで何か分かったのか？
いいえ、何も。警察は捜査をしているふりをしながらほとんどまともに動いてくれなかったし。
Who's surprised?
マスコミも16人の子供たちが戻ってきてからはまるでうやむやにするかのように事件については一切報道しなくなってしまって、多分どこかの組織から圧力がかかったんだと思うわ。
クレイドル製薬の、いやそれよりももっと上にある組織からの圧力だろうな。
クレイドル製薬か。
何か心当たりが？
いえ、その名前を聞いたのも今が初めてよ。ねえセブン、どうしてクレイドル製薬が事件に関与してるって分かったの？
被害者の接点をたどれば容疑者につながる。犯罪捜査の常識で。
Yeah. Kinda.
It's the same with Ace Attorney. I know we haven't actually reached the Ace Attorney games where I feel like it's the most obvious, but a lot of love, I feel like, got lost in the 3D models for the Apollo games, or just the games following Apollo's first appearance.
その接点っていうのは？
行方不明になった子供たちには全員ある病院への通院歴があったんだよ。
3D is not always better, sadly.
その病院の経営母体がクレイドル製薬のグループ企業でな。それでだ。
病院
To call them the Apollo game. I mean, yeah, nowadays they're calling it the Apollo collection, but I feel like they only did that to make it easier because it doesn't really make much sense. It's not like Apollo's actually the main protagonist in all of those games. It made sense for Phoenix in the first 3 games, but whatever. I still think VLR, for, you know, the time it came out, it was very, very well. They did try their best with a very, very small budget, but they're a little wonky for sure. No, I'm not saying they look bad. I'm just saying that between the sprites in Ace Attorney and the 3D models, there is some detail that got lost. Especially prominent, to me at least, it's with Apollo's 3D model, because he just looks really bug-eyed in his 3D model. Like, overall, it's fine. If you don't look at them side to side, it's perfectly fine and they look good, and it's very good 3D animation for sure. But he looks so bug-eyed. I don't know.
病院か。
ああ、そういや、その病院で聞き込みをしている間に。
It's okay though. We should get around to doing Apollo justice sometime soon. I say this, but it's already the middle of April.
何人もの子供たちから奇妙な証言が。
というと？
Brother, I played Witcher's Last Reward on the 3DS. You... Do you know what the game looks like on the 3DS? I'm not one of the people that will give backlash to what it looks like. I played it on one of the worst consoles I could have played it on, and I liked it. The what? Oh god. No, I have not heard about another specific experiment with a funny name.
どうやら子供たちは診療中にその実験をさせられたことがあったらしいんだ。
I know I have infinite wealth left. Infinite wealth is probably going to move to May though, because, you know, my remaining time at work, I have to work longer and I'm not home on the weekends, but that will soon change, and then we're actually gonna smash through infinite wealth. I just needed something else that is a little easy on my head right now. They say playing an escape room game, easy on the head. My remaining time, yeah. No, you know, because at the end of May, I will officially be without a job, but I still have a few weeks left of work, right? That's why I say my remaining time. I'm glad I'm gonna be out of there though, even if I have no idea how I'm going to earn money soon. Let's not think about that. Let's focus on this
カウ
experience.
ンセリングと称して半ば強制的にな。
Counseling. Yeah, thank you. kinda is right, yeah.
教えてくれ。それは一体どんな実験なんだ？
ああ、ガンツフェルト実験ってのはな。ガンツフェルト実験ってのは、まず被験者 Q と A をそれぞれ遠く離れた別々の部屋に隔離する。次に Q に対してある映像を見せ、それを思念によって A に送るよう要請する。一方その頃 A はゆったりとしたリクライニングシートに座らされ、視界を覆うように目隠しをされている。そうして全ての感覚が遮断された状態で、A は Q がどんな映像を見ているのかを当てるんだ。
あ、それなら知ってるわ。確か有名なテレパシーの実験よね。
Of course you've heard of it.
それってこの船で行われた実験と何か関係があるんじゃないのか？
人を意のままに操る実験ってやつね。
そうだ。テレパシーなんてそんな高等無形な現象が実在するかどうかはわからない。だがクライドル製薬の連中はそれを信じてたのかも。
Lotus grunted. Seven had been thinking hard for the last several minutes and finally spoke.
もしも仮にそうだとしても、今俺たちが巻き込まれている状況とどういう関係があるのかがわからねえな。ノナリーゲーム。ゼロ。俺たちが拉致されてきた理由。そ
Well,
れとテレパシーと一体どんなつながりがあるっていうんだ。自分から話を振っといてなんだが、全くわけがわからねえ。何も関係がないとは思えないんだが。
then in that moment of silence, a cold voice echoed down from the ceiling.
被験者の設置が認識できません。1分後、電力の強制遮断を行います。なお、復旧には1時間のインターバルを要します。
This type of voice, or specifically this type of fuck, I forget words. This type of announcement always reminds me of Blaze Blue.
実験を開始する場合は、
I don't know.
速やかに
I mean, I know why,
セットを完了してください。
but it's specifically Blaze Blue that's been seared into my brain
おいおい、
when stuff like this
やばいん
happens.
じゃねえか。
だな。
分かったわよ。座ればいいんでしょ。座
いや、別にそういう意味で言ったわけじゃ。
いいからさっさと動く。純平くん、頼んだわよ。
Sure.
ああ、わかった。
The wheel of fate is turning. Rebel 1. Action!
Lotus sat down on the chair. Junpei looked at her one last time, then made his way to the monitor.
ヤシロ、おかしなことがあったらすぐに言ってくれよ。
心配性ね。男をあげないと紫に愛想つかされるわよ。
We're not even together. Lotus was putting on the best act she could manage, but her legs were shaking so much that if she hadn't been sitting, she likely would have fallen down.
ヤシロ、
Failure was not acceptable.
いやさ。
Junpei took one last deep breath and stared at the monitor. Okay. What? Huh? This is the hint. Okay. And how do I... Eh? Ah! Ah! Oh god. And how do I... Ah. Ah. Okay. Time to hopefully not electrocute you. Yeah, let's hope for the best, right? It looks good so far, I think. Maybe. Ah, this is one. Oh, okay, wait. One too many. No, there we go. Not time to not electrocute her. There we go. The experiment has concluded. The door will now unlock. You hear the door unlocking, and now we got a new message. Release subject from restraining device. Lotus, are you alright? Yes, I am. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but I do think my life just got a little shorter. Hold on, I'll get you out right away. Shouldn't take long for Seven and me to get her out of here. Let's get out of here now. Being a guinea pig is not for me. I'm straight. I never want to see this thing again. Right. Oh, wait, that's the door we came from, my bad. This one.
Let's get out of here.
It's the first time we see this part, I think. We've not been to the second door before. Right? Yeah.
道なりに進むしかねえか。
だな。行こう。
Time to grab our next bad ending! I turned left twice before I saw the elevator.
エレベーターか。
ちょうどいい。こいつに乗って C デッキまで行こう。
In silence, I joked up to it. Junpei pushed the C button. The elevator motor ground away, and before long they found themselves once again on C deck. The door opened and they stepped off. They'd expected to find 4 other people waiting for them. There were none.
誰もいないな。
どこに行っちまったんだ、あいつら。
Lotus shrugged. Something in the pit of Junpei's stomach stirred. He tried to forget the feeling and took off down the long hallway before him.
おい、順平！
私たちも行きましょう。
Seven and Lotus followed at a run. They ran and ran and ran. The hallway seemed endless.
目的地はすでに決まっている。大階段の裏手にある1枚の扉。あの扉の鍵穴には太陽のマークが刻まれていた。そして今、俺のポケットの中にはさっきの部屋で手に入れた
Oh, you do, yeah.
使えば
That was why they ran for the central staircase. They had run for quite some time when they arrived at the door that ended the hallway. Junpei stopped. I mean, he also paused, but mostly he stopped. He laid his hand on the doorknob, his breathing heavy. Seven laid a hand on his arm.
ちょっと待て。
Junpei,
ここの鍵はまだ手に入れてないぜ。
you do? Oh no, there's a Jupiter symbol engraved over the keyhole.
木星のマークでしょ。
Seven was right. They had no Jupiter
違
key.
う。この扉は開かないっていうのか？
残念だけど、そうなるわね。
そんな太陽の鍵穴がある扉はもうすぐそこなんだぜ。こんなところで。
Frustrated, he twisted the doorknob. The door opened.
開いたぞ。
なんでだ？
他の4人がどこかで木星の鍵を見つけてきたのかもしれないわ。
とにかく行ってみよう。
As he spoke, he shoved the door the rest of the way open. They rushed through and stopped cold. The terrible scene before them made their blood run cold. 3 people lay dead on the floor covered in blood. Junpei felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He couldn't breathe. His legs shook. His body felt cold, deathly cold, but his blood was boiling hot. He could feel his mind begin to fade. He couldn't think. He couldn't concentrate. His mind was blank.
なんてことだ。一体何があったっていうんだ。
Seven's voice was weak and broken. He edged toward the bodies, his movements stiff.
四つは
He bent down over Clover and passed his fingers to her
ダ
wrist.
メだ。死んでる。
Suddenly, Lotus moved. Before he understood what was happening, her hand was in Junpei's vest pocket.
おい、何すんだよ。
He leapt back. Lotus looked up at him, terrified.
鍵よ、太陽の鍵を貸して。
どうして？
決まってるでしょ。犯人が戻ってくる前に逃げるのよ。
The murderer. Murderer. Once again, Junpei looked at the dead bodies.
3つの下。ということは、この3人を殺した犯人。そんな嘘だろ。
貸して。
Before Junpei could react, Lotus dove back into his pocket and came out with the key.
さあ、行くわよ。
Without waiting for Seven or Junpei, she ran straight for the central staircase. They followed. Junpei shut his eyes and swallowed his emotions. Morning would have to wait. Soon they stood in front of the door. Lotus shoved the sun key into the keyhole and twisted it hard. But... oh my god, I keep thinking, when is that one ending going to show up? But I just realized it's an ending in VLR and not 999. Thank you, brain.
なんで
どうしたんだ。
手応えがないのよ。会場の手応えが。
そんな鍵が合わないっていうのか。
わからないけど。
Lotus sighed, defeated, and leaned against the doorknob. She felt a twist. A small gap appeared between the door and the frame.
どういうことだ。
Which one? Locked room? Specific? Well, I mean, it's all locked rooms, but one of those where it's like, oh, you stumble into a room and for some reason everyone is dead. But one of those where, like, a lot of people are in there, not just 1 or 2, but, like, pretty much everyone. Without outright spoiling which one it is, but I kept thinking about it, and I was like, when does this happen? But I just realized, yeah, no, hold on, that's a different game.
どういうことも何も。鍵は開いてたってことよ。
なぜ。
知らないわよ、そんなの。とにかく、先に進んでみましょう。
Lotus took a deep breath and slowly opened the door the rest of the way. Oh, why does it open in this way? They stepped inside. In front of them was another hallway. It stretched out toward the bow of the ship. They began to run. Yeah, kind of. That's also why I keep thinking, like, when is it going to show up? But, like, my brain finally supplied, like, more of the background of the CG to me. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not on this one. That's not on this one. They began to run. Faster and faster they ran, trying desperately to reach the end of the hallway. A few seconds later, they were there. In front of them stood a massive metal door. They were all breathing heavily as Junpei spoke.
で、この扉は。ノブも取ってもスイッチもレバーもカードリーダーも鍵穴さえついてないぞ。一体どうやって開けって言うんだ。
仕方ねえ。引き返すしかねえか。
嫌よ。殺人鬼のいるところになんて戻りたくないわ。
There was more stark terror in Lotus's voice than authority. She was almost begging.
だが他に開きそうなドアは見当たらねえしな。
As he spoke, Seven stepped toward the door in front of them, as if to illustrate that it was the only door. What? They've gotten so used to doors being locked that they don't even try anymore. They're all like, oh my god, there's a locked door. Have you tried to see if it opens?
自動ドアだったってこと？
おいおい、なんだか嫌な予感がするぜ。鍵が開いてたり、自動ドアだったりよ。こんなこと今までにはなかったじゃねえか。
嫌な予感だって。
How could the situation possibly get worse? 3 people were already dead.
これ以上嫌なことなんてあってたまるかよ。くそ。
おい、チュンペイ!
He stepped through the door.
そうだよ。これ以上なんてあるはずが。
And whatever hope Junpei had managed to summon disappeared.
そんな嘘だろ。嘘だろ。こんな現実はありえない。ありえない。ありえない。夢なら早く覚めてくれ。誰が嘘だと言ってくれ。幻覚を見ているだけだと言ってくれ。そうだ。そうだよ。こんなものは嘘に決まっている。幻だ。幻想だ。夢だ。虚構だ。
It wasn't real, right? June. No. No, the codenames mean nothing now. I still hate the English version, but okay. Penny. Junpei cried out and leapt through the door. He flew to her side, his heart like a stone in his chest. Junpei swept her up and shook her by the shoulder. She moaned and her eyes fluttered open, but only barely. Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Junpei put his head against the small of her back to hold her up. It felt warm and wet. He lifted his hand up. It was covered in blood. It was all he could do to not break into tears. Her voice was thin, a minuscule thread that was the only thing keeping her with him. He looked up from Kenny, desperate for something, anything. Then he saw it. A small submarine. No, that didn't matter. Nothing mattered except saving Kenny. That was the only thing he wanted. Junpei turned his head back to look down at her. Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. Could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame.
淳平君といろんなとこ行きましたよね。プール行ったり、お祭り、雪の積もった校庭で雪合戦したりとか。
Now, if only whoever had mixed the audio would have made it so you can actually hear her over the music, that would have been nice.
そんなことないさ、あかり。さっき言っただろ、何回だって会ってやるって。本当に？本当だ。よかった。よかった。
She said it to herself over and over, a weak smile creasing her tired face.
ダメだ、あかね、寝ちゃダメだ。
Her eyes were slowly closing. Junpei screamed even as he felt his throat go hoarse.
あかね、あかね、あかね。
Time passed. Junpei wept, curled around Kenny's body. He cried and cried until he had no tears left. When the last tear fell, Junpei was no more. His body remained, but only as an empty shell. Somewhere he heard a bell ring. There was a clock at the central staircase. It rang 5 times, then faded. Quietly, gently, softly, he set Kenny down on the floor. Slowly, Junpei stood. Only then did he realize that Seven and Lotus had not followed him. Where had they gone? Slowly he looked around the room. There was nothing, no sign that they had ever been there. It felt as though every part of Junpei's body was made of lead. Slowly he made his way to the door he'd come through. As he approached it, it opened, sliding apart with a sound like grinding stone. Junpei passed through the gate and into the hallway. His heart rattled in his chest, an empty, lifeless thing. It had been so utterly broken that there was nothing left to feel. When he saw the bodies, he simply stared. There was a lake, a sea of blood. 2 bodies lay in it. There was no need to check. There was no breath left in them. His eyes lit on Lotus' wrists. The bracelet. It was gone. He stared. It meant nothing to him. He didn't care anymore. He couldn't care anymore. Junpei's body felt numb. Part of him knew the lump of lead in his chest had once been a heart. He couldn't quite remember what it had been for. Tears poured from his eyes in great streams. He wasn't sure why. He gave up trying to make them stop. He turned around, the door opened again, and slowly, numbly, he walked through. He kept walking. Why stop? An object set in motion, simply inertia carried him forward. Simple. Eventually he found himself in front of the submarine. His arm reached for the hatch. And then he was floating in water. His eyes stared down into it. He couldn't see the bottom. His back was hot. Dimly he felt the blade of a knife in it. Who? One dead body lay behind door number 5. The body of the 9th man. Another lay in the shower room. The body of Snake. At the center staircase were 3 more. Ace, Santa, and Clover. Just outside the door were 2 corpses, those of Seven and Lotus. And in this very room lay the body that had once been Kenny. And now Junpei would join them. Who then had killed them all? Who? Junpei let out one last breath. Faintly he felt the bubbles creep up the side of his face. His consciousness faded quickly, dissolving away into the cold, gentle lapping of the water. What? You get credits for this one? You don't simply get bad end? Huh? Or did I accidentally just skip them all the other times? No way! Where do we get credits for this bad ending? Not that I'm complaining. Hi, good morning!
Yeah! Another one done!
Which means our next ending that we're going to work towards is the one we need to unlock the true ending. We're getting closer and closer. I might... I have to look up which room specifically that is going to be, because I feel like we might be able to pretty much skip our way there. Localization leech. Oh. Ben Bateman. So it's almost like Ben Batman. The end? Or is it? Oh, that's why it doesn't it doesn't just say bad end. That's why we get credits. Huh. Or is it? Yes, I would like to save. Thank you. Good. Okay. Let me see real quick. We have to go... Which means... What are you, which one are you again? Okay. Oh yeah! Okay, wait. We just have to do a bunch of skipping. Let's go back to the beginning. And switch back to the novel screen. Thank you very much. And then let's go.
Blah 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 blah.
Everyone's alive again. Thanks. Oh, wait. Wait, never mind. Ah. Wait. Never mind. It does that every time you use the flowchart, I feel like. Oh. Oh no! Don't do that. Okay, you know what? We'll just do it like this. Oh, it didn't this time. Okay. Weird. Okay, hold on.
Blah 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 blah.
Let's do this from one step further, just so I can have everything exactly where I need it to be. I don't think you go through the sun door any other time. To be fair, there's one more bad ending that we're missing, simply because they didn't put it into any other release aside from the novel release. Which makes sense. It really doesn't add that much. It just gives you one slightly different ending scene on a path that would usually net you one of the normal bad endings. I don't actually remember off the top of my head on which one. I think It just replaces one of the knife endings. I might be wrong though. Oh, would you look at that? The knife man is still alive for a few more seconds. Oh, the X ending, not the knife ending. True, true, true. Yeah, yeah. But you have to imagine how much it fucked me up because I didn't know about that at the time. It was my first experience with the game, and I kept getting like going down that route and ran into this ending. It's like, it doesn't say anywhere that I would get this ending. What am I doing wrong? Until I figured out that it's an exclusive for the novel version. I think it would have been funny if they had added it. I mean, they added the flowchart to this release, and they did have to upgrade stuff. Why not add something else? Why not add this small thing to be like, hey, we didn't forget that we have this interesting release as well. Boom! He's dead. Okay, let's see. Let's do this again. Then we have the big thing about how these numbers work and what you're supposed to be doing with them, blah blah blah. I am glad that they put the flowchart into this release of the game though. Imagine you had to really go all the way back to the beginning every single time and you fuck up once. Because if you choose door 3 in the iOS version. Really? I couldn't tell you. And I don't think you can still download the iOS version. And I do not have an... I mean, I might still have it installed on a really, 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 really old phone. To look it up, but... Okay. And we want to go through door number 5. Yeah. Let's go up to the point where the flowchart actually allows me to jump across the room. Is this already far enough? No? Please let me click on the menu button. Thank you. Okay, that is far enough. Good. And the puzzle itself, what's behind is revealed in every route anyways. The submarine ending can be forced triggered by choosing. Yes. Okay, let's see. Back to... Back to the large hospital room. And skip, 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 skip. Skip, 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 skip. And back to hospital room. There we see Santa, but we don't actually talk to him. I'm going all the way back to do all of the choices just in case. Though I frankly don't actually remember what exactly those choices determine. If they do, they have to, I guess, maybe. We want to go through door number 8 next time. Since it's all rooms we've already cleared, we should be able to get through them relatively easy. I've collected all of the story triggers in the few rooms that there are any, and those get saved through all of the playthroughs, I think. I don't have to find them time and time again. If I remember correctly. Good. Yeah, let's get through this one. Okay. Exactly. Good. So... Next. Man, I love skipping. Such a lovely way to spend my time. Skipping text we've already read. Ah, this is where they find all of the... Okay. Of course there's a reason. Could only go down. Something what some visual novels would definitely benefit of, especially if there's a lot of scenes in between one choice and the other, is just being able to skip to the next choice. I feel like the games where I've seen it happen most are actually otome games specifically, that give you the whole, you can obviously skip the text, so you rush through the scenes, but also ones where they just skip the entire scene up to the next choice section. The only thing is, sometimes it probably still is faster, but it feels like actually loading until that next choice takes longer than just skipping through it at high speed. And I'm always scared that, you know, there might be a bug in the game or they didn't set it up properly, so you accidentally end up skipping stuff you haven't actually seen, so... Okay. Of course. Zero is one of us. Ooh. Okay. Good. And for our next trick, after a lot of talk, yada yada yada, we want to go through door number 6. And then we should finally end up in a thing we hadn't seen yet. Yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely... Which one did he originally write down? Let me see. Yeah, we wanna get down this route, right? Yes. Yes, yes. And then we wanna go over here. I think. Maybe. 6 is the original one? Yeah, I think so. Granted, I could have probably read it, but... skipping. Skipping text we've already seen. Okay, as soon as we've authenticated, I think the flowchart recognizes we're over here. So we should be able to simply go here, right? Or maybe outside the room. Let's go to outside the room. Oh, you left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, they're back over here. I don't trust the skipping section. Option, not section. Sometime later. Oh yeah, okay. Hold on. Never mind. We can skip a little further for sure. Find a room. There's 2 number 9 doors. Yep. We're not going to leave June behind, even if we have a combination that would work. Okay. Okay. Somewhere along here. It should be, but I don't trust it. Let's just see. A little more. Okay. Oh yeah, they can find clothes. Right, I forgot about all that. I completely forgot. The whole, oh yeah, we can't find Clover anymore. And that, what happened last time there is that we ended up dying. That was the problem. Hi, good morning. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to skip the flag. That's why I... Oh, tragedy always strikes on one least... No! Yeah, okay. Okay, never mind. We're back to... Okay. I guess I have to do the rooms again. Okay. My bad, my bad. I guess we'll have to clear the escape rooms. Again. Otherwise we're gonna be stuck here. Good thing we only did this just... yeah, not yesterday. 2 days ago. I hate this. Okay. Let's speedrun this thing then. Yes, I know. Stop. not trying to talk about the letter 1500 times. Thank you. Sure did. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I for some reason expected it to be there if we've cleared it before, but I guess not. Here. Sure. Turn it then. Except it only goes down. Blah 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 blah.
いや、とつ疲れ。そう、今歌これ。よ、そうさだ。
But also I think we need to do both of them.
実験で思い出した。
Cargo and this one because, you know, there's one here and one here. So I think we need to do both anyway. This one is fine. This one's fine. We have this one, we have all of these, so let's do it.
ある。まずこのその A の一方、さてこの状態で水槽の真ん中のところにラットを放り込んだらどうなる？
He didn't say this one last time. Speaking of experiments, Santa suddenly stopped. There was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a square C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything, but exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So what would a rat do if it was put in this situation?
A と B.
Oh yeah! No, he didn't say this one on the other time we were here. There was a moment of silence after Santa posed a question and then Ace responded.
当然 B だろうな。ラットには電流が流れているなんてわからないわけだし。
その通り。ラットは B へと向かってしまう。ところが今言ったように B には電流が流れている。そこから脱出することはできない。そうして何度も何度も試行錯誤を繰り返しているうちに、やがてようやくラットは A の道を発見することになる。
うん。何のことはない。ただの学習実験の話だな。
いや違う。面白いのはここからなんだ。その研究者は何十匹何百匹というラットを使ってさらに何十世代にもわたり繰り返し何度もこの実験を行ったらしい。すると驚くべき結果が出た。世代を経るにつれて正解である A の出口へとたどり着く時間が最終的には一発で A から脱出してしまうラットも現れたとか。しかも話はそれだけでは終わらない。その実験が行われた研究所から遠く離れた別の施設で検証を行ってみても結果は同じだった。いや、同じだったってだけじゃない。ラットたちはなんと実験1回目にして続々と最短のクリアタイムを叩き出してしまったらしい。最初の実験で使われたラットたちとは全く血のつながりがないにもかかわらず、彼らはこぞって示し合わせたかのように正解の A から脱出していった。これは一体どういうことなのか。
テレパシーか？目には見えない何かで情報を伝え合っていたとでも？
Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him.
さあ、どうだろうな。そんなもんが本当にあるのかどうかはわからねえが。ま、世の中にはそういう奇妙な話もあるってことだ。さあ、探索を続けよう。紫がくたばっちまう前に早くここから出ないとな。
Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone.
なあ、待ってくれ。一つ聞きたいことがあるんだ。
なんだ？
Santa stopped and turned
どうして
around.
その実験に使われたのは水槽だったんだろ
う？は？
だって水なんかなくたって別にその実験はできたはずだろ。普通の乾いた通路を使えばよかったじゃないか。脱出へのモチベーションを与えるためなら。電流の流れてる B の向こうに餌か何かを設置しておけばよかったはず。 なのに、どうして溺れさせる必要があったんだ？
Santa gave a Grimbug of a
エ
laugh.
マージェンスはエマージェンシーによって生み出される。こんな言葉聞いたことないか？エマージェンシーはわかるよな。緊急事態のことだ。一方エマージェンスってのは出現発生のことで、講義ではひらめきのことも表す。
ひらめき？
そう。頭の中のモヤモヤした塊が一つの形を伴って発現する事象のことだ。
つまり、ひらめきは緊急事態によって生み出される。
ああ。だから、ラットは溺れさせられたんだよ。ひらめきをもたらすためにな。
I mean, yeah, something if your life is in danger. Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching and his stomach felt strange. Oh, well. That doesn't sound very good. Let's get back down. And down. And give me this. And put this in here. And press a bunch of buttons. There we go. Cool. Oh, no. No. Blah, blah, blah. The good thing is, since we did this literally just 2 days ago, I do remember most of the room, I think. I hope so, at least. Sure. I'm assuming this the conversation with Santa is actually the thing that we were missing. Oh my god, just take it. Thank you. Just take it. And wrong door. How do I keep doing this? We want to exit, not go through the same door we came in from. Put those things in. Yes, yes. And then turn them. Yes. I'm aware. These two, and then turn. There we go. Oh man, this means I have to do the box pushing thing again. Fuck. In the other room, this means I have to do the. Okay. Yes, okay, good. Then, let's get over there. Jim. Okay. Seek another way out once again. Okay, well, first of all, find all of our cards again. This one. Wrong button. No. Two. Good.
写真のついたカードは9枚揃った。あとは
Blah 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 blah.
写真それ例えばニールス紫おい大丈夫
Wait. Oh, that's different. Hi, Aki. Thank you for the resub. And the pad. Thank you. How are you? Good morning. Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn I stiffened. Just then, Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence. Are you okay? She did not respond. Junpei spun back around to face Ace.
すまん紫が倒れ
Yeah,
たみたい
this
だ
is different.
ちょっと
Okay,
様子を見
this
てく
time
れ
we're doing it. This time we're doing it right.
箱のことは頼んだぞ
え
この9枚のカードを箱のスロットに差し込んでくれればそれでいいじゃあ頼んだぞ
He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
大丈夫かどうしたんだ
Junpei called out to her as he ran.
あ、おい、起きられるのか？
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
すみません。大丈夫です。ちょっとつまずいただけですから。
嘘つけ
Could it be that my chat is not working? I don't know, I guess I just realized, but has it been this way the entire stream so far that none of the messages actually show up on the screen? Seems like it. Interesting, isn't that fun? Time to look into that. What if your day you sleep weird again? I feel that, but I was woken up by my usual alarms, so... You thought that was intended? Oh no! Not really. Not really. I don't know. Yay. I love when things are broken.
本当ですって。そこに転がってた箱に足を取られて。
いいから見せてみろ
Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
まだ熱があるじゃないか
The temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. The fever wasn't completely gone.
俺も倒れたところを見てたが、確かにつまずいただけだったみたいだぜ。
I mean, to be fair, if it's not working anyway, I might as well. But no, it was not actually intended. Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up.
まあその程度で倒れるようじゃ。まだまだ完全に回復したとは言えないんだろうけどな。
June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off of her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had.
と
Still,
にかく一刻も早くここを出て病院に行かないとな
そんな。病院なんて大げさですよ。薬を飲んでたっぷり眠れば、あっという間にケロッと治っちゃうと思います。
薬か。外部への連絡手段さえありゃ、一宮がすぐにでも手配してくれるんだろうが。
一宮がどうして
あ？知らないのか？あいつ製薬会社の社長なんだぜ。会社の名前はクレイドル製薬。マンドレインとかいう麻酔薬を主力商品にしてるらしい。
マンドレインってどこかで聞いたような
you learn from watching streams for many years. It's the same with, oh, I don't know, your audio sounds different this time. It's like, is that intended? Yes, please actually tell me. Streamer blindness also applies to things on my own stream that I might not notice sometimes. Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Superio before. Santa continued.
マンドレインってのはな、正気ガスと同じく常温で気体の麻酔薬だ。
Oh, fuck, we're back to the gas. Conversation.
導入までの時間は数秒と短く、ごく微量で効果を発揮するらしい。そんな便利なもんだから、世界各地の警察や軍で麻酔弾として採用されるようになったんだとか。籠城した犯人や敵兵、テロリストなどを無傷のまま制圧することができるからな。
Give you some slack, yeah.
倫理的人道的観点から見ても、極めて有用性の高い理想的な薬品ってやつだ。開発されたのは今から6、7年前で、ある植物の根から抽出された成分をもとに生成されたらしい。それが公表されてから間もなく、たちまち世界各地の政府機関からオファーが殺到したそうだ。かくしてマンドレインの需要は飛躍的に高まり、クレイドル製薬の株価は爆発的に高騰することになった。
お前、なんでそんなこと知ってるんだよ。
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and
あのお
simple.
っさんから直接聞いたんだよ。
一宮からいつ
大階段にあった4の扉、その先の2等船室を探索してた時だ。お前とニルスとセブンの3人は5の扉の方に入っていっただろ。
I do.
あの時だよ。何気なく職業を聞いてみたら会社を経営してるって答えたから、あとはその流れで今の話になって。
何か気になることでもあるんですか？
いや、別に。
As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. We're still having trouble with a puzzle we cleared in less than 2 minutes. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9
何や
boxes.
ってんだあいつ。
Turned back to June and Santa.
紫、とにかく無理するんじゃないぞ。
はい。
サンタ、悪いが彼女を見ててやってくれ。俺はちょっと一宮の方に行ってくる。なんか手間取ってるみたいだからな。
わかった。
He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed toward Ace.
何やってんだよ。
Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in
ど
sweat.
うしたんだ？
いや、疲れのせいか、目がかすんでしまってよく見えないんだよ。
何が？
顔写真さ。
Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan.
認めたくはないが、あるいは老眼のせいかもしれん。年は取りたくないものだな。
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
とにかく、あとは君に任せるよ。私は疲れたので少し休ませてもらおう。
He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
この程度のことでか。
Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All of the pictures were quite clear and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
一宮は一体
Why am I broken?
何に戸惑っていたんだ？
That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
相互失認症。簡単に言うと、人間の顔を識別、あの人とこの人の顔を区別当然。顔を覚える。だから。
We know.
まさか。あいつは相互失認症なのか？
I see. I guess my Wi-Fi is dying. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs looking quite depressed.
まあ、だからなんだというわけだ。
He looks depressed enough to have it. I don't think that has anything to do with each other, but okay. Whatever you say, my guy. If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright. What? Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. There we go. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he keep Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes. Yeah. 9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began.
一宮のカードは1番の箱。ニルスのカードは2番の箱に。そして、3、4、5と同じ手順で、カードを刺していけばいいだけだな。
Yes.
最後に、鳥の巣頭の男のカードを9番のスロットへ差し込めば。あ、開いた。
He peered inside. In each box was a single pin. They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker. Okay, this should be the same as before, right? Yes. Good. Okay. Let's get up there. Me. That's the exit door. I know. Can you please go up? Thank you. Really long explanation for a puzzle we've already done. Really long explanation for a thing we've already done. 5, 4, 1, 9, 8, 7, 8, 2, 1, 7, 4, 5, 9, 2, 1, 6, 4, 7, 6, 3, 4. Oh my god. 9, 8, 1, 7, 4, 3. And 9, 8, 1. Wow! Blah 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 blah. And all of these have to be 15. Seven and 4, 9. Go! Now we just have to redo the pushing thingy. Let's hope I can do this. Good. Let's do it. Yes, I know I only have 50 moves. I know! Okay. Good. Do I remember how I did it last time? I really hope so. No, wait. This... Good. No, wait. No. Yeah. I hate puzzles like this, actually. Did you know that? It's the same with the Professor Layton games. I do not like these. Why did I suddenly have 51 moves? What the hell? Okay. Well, let's get down there. And we're back on the adventure screen. Why are we back on the adventure screen? I would like to be in this novel screen. Thank you very much.
Ah.
モデル
実弾
Oh, that is also different. Oh, he didn't check. Did he check it last time? Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand it felt heavy. He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets. Are these real bullets? The barrel was rifled and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As I said sad, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real. Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin.
持ってかねえのか?
当たり前だろう
Yeah, it's gonna cause more trouble. Okay, now I'm unsure if he said that the last time as well.
法的に有利になっちまうような協力そういう飛び道具があるのは危険
Not enough danger.
もしかしたらつまり
だったら
Fight
な
each
おさらだ
other. Yeah, okay, no, we're leaving it.
だが、
分かってる
Okay, rusty key. And get out of here. Good.
扉の先は長い通路。
So, flowchart. We have this unlocked. Let's jump slightly ahead then. They took the elevator up to C deck. Instead, I headed back toward the main. Blah 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 blah. Something something. Clover's gone. Oh!
そうみたいですね
That's different. Ah! Okay. Sorry. Search around under the beds and in the corners. Should go take a look in the shower room. The shower room? That's where Brad is. She might have gone to see him. June bit her lip. She knew as Junpei did that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant. Might as well check it, right? Let's go. There's a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame. Let's get in. Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room. Luck. See, this is what I don't like about the skipping. We have not actually seen this section, and you're telling me you're just skipping the text? I don't know. Okay, whatever. Jun's voice was faint and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green.
しかしひどい匂いだな。
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had eaten her lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the
念
divider.
のため奥の方も見てくる。
Jun offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his
い
head.
ないよな。
Who would have guessed? As he'd expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood.
どこにいるんだよお前の妹は。
Junpei whispered to what was one snake. He'd asked rhetorically, of course, as there was no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
しかし本当にひどいありさまだな。顔なんて原型をとどめてないし、左腕も骨が飛び出て。待てよ。
The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of skin and muscle. Bright white? Ulna.
骨。
The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
お兄ちゃんの左腕は普通の人とは違うの。事故の時に大怪我を負って。
そうだ。そうだよ。どうして今までこんな大事なことに気づかなかったんだ。
Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic, but the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm, or at least it had been once. That meant the corpse.
俊平くん
Jun's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to
す
her.
まん。待たせたな。行こ
Junpei and Jun headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! Murasaki! 一体どこに行ってたんだ!
He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his
う。何
throat.
かあったのか。
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
四つ葉が死んでたんだ。一等船室のバスルームで。
All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. Jun's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place.
四つ葉、なぜだ。
He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse, no breath. She was still warm and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced his source to her back, a gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover smile. Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again. He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
ここで紫。
Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom.
大丈夫か。
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
はい
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom.
しばらく休んだ方がいい。ほら、このベッドだ。座れるか。
はい
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figure scattered there.
死体の第一発見者は
俺だよ。
Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up.
どうしてこの部屋に
決まってるだろう。四つ葉を探すためだ。すると、バスルームの中に彼女の死体が。俺は慌てて部屋を飛び出し、みんなを呼んだ。カジノバーの脇にある階段の上、そこから声を放ってな。おい、みんな来てくれ。大変なことになった。一等選手とバスルームだ。さあ早く。
ねちょにょにょにょ
俺はそれだけ告げて、もう一度バスルームに引き返した。一宮、サンタ、ヤシロの3人が飛び込んできたのは、それから間もなくのことだ。だが、いくら待っても、順平と紫が姿を現す気配はなかった。
Yeah.
そこで俺は、お前ら2人を探すべく、あの階段を駆け下りていって、あとは、言わなくてもわかるだろう。
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
一つ気になってることがあるんだが。
なんだ？
お前、この部屋の探索を終えて脱出したとき、ドアの隙間に譜面のプレートを挟み込んでたよな。あれはなぜだ？
だから言っただろ。ロックがかからないようにするためだよ。いつでもこの部屋に戻ってこれるように。って。お前まさか、俺のこと疑ってんのか？
さあ、どうだろうな。
さあ。
返答次第によっちゃ、容疑者の最有力候補にもなりかねないぜ。
ったくよ。
Seven sighed and shook his head.
仕方ねえ。
There were two doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
そこは黒？
ああ。
Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
理由はこいつにある。この金庫だ。結局、部屋から脱出するまで、俺たちはこいつを開くことができなかった。だがもしかしたら、中に何か重要なもんでも隠されてるかもしれねえだろう。そう思うと、気になって仕方がなくてな。ひょっとしたら、いつかどこかで、こいつのダイヤル番号が判明することになるかもわからねえ。
I mean, it's not a bad idea at all.
そうなった時に、わざわざ表の5の扉を開くのは面倒だ。だから、出口の方の扉に譜面のプレートを。わかった。
ああ。
Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it.
まあ、開かないよな。
It would open. It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it. There was one change, however. Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
サビだ。
Junpei stared at it,
こ
considering.
こにサビが落ちてるってことは、誰かがこの金庫の扉を開いたってことか。
Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom. It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. He sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and a thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
何か手がかりはないのかよ。犯人を突き止めるための手がかりは。
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5.
確か、あのドアの向こうは9番の男の死体がある場所だったか。念のため調べておくか。
Quietly, he pushed open the door. The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
なんだよこれ。匂いで頭がおかしくなりそうだ。
His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth. Ugh! It was too much for him and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile spattered onto the floor.
Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, game. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. Why? On the floor next to the broken mass of the man's head lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried like scaps on the floor. That was when he noticed.
バングルがなくなってる。間違いなくメガネの脇に転がっていたはずなのに。
But now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone.
どうして?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice. It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway. Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room. He thought for a moment before he responded. Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The ninth man's bracelet.
それよりもどうしたんだ?
ちょっと見てもらいたいものがあってな。
見てもらいたいもの?
Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom. As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips. His voice was hollow and empty.
もう一度改めて四つ葉の死体を調べてみたんだ。無残なもんだった。背中から一突き、ナイフか何かで刺されたらしい。それと、こいつを見つけたな。
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
なんだ?
A piece of paper.
She was holding a piece of paper.
中はまだ見てねえ。現場保存は捜査の鉄則だからな。と言いつつ、実は一つだけ。はい。
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important. He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it.
真実は去り、真実は去り、真実は去った。ああ、真実は今、ユンデの闇に眠っている。
I know her mind is crushed so far that she snaps so she gets stuck. Yeah, Clover really doesn't have it easy in this game.
なんだこりゃ。暗号か?
Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
暗号か.
The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means the left hand.
弓を持つ方の手。左手のことだ。
Junpei looked at his own left arm, at the bracelet on his wrist. He examined the bracelet closely. Truth, gone. Maybe those 2 words. What else could gone and truth mean?
英語にするんじゃないのか。真実は正しさ、真相という意味で解釈するなら、それを英訳したものは、一方、去ったは一語で表すとすると、まず真っ先に思い浮かぶのはレフトだ。去る、リーブの過去形のレフト。当然、ライト、レフトにはそれぞれ
右左という意味もあるから、真実を右、去ったを左としても解釈できるな。
Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
バングルの左と右、もしかしてこの突起物か。こいつは
Press them in the following order. Oh god. Yeah. Good thing is, I already did this before, so we already know which one to choose. Right, left, right, left, right, left. And then... one after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off of the face of Junpei's bracelet. He checked one more time to be sure. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1、4、3、8、3、4、2、1。
あん？おい、なんだよ、今の数字は。
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything. Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed towards the bedroom. Oh! Thank you for the non-binary. Even if it didn't work. Hold on. Oh? I guess nothing is working today anymore. What's going on? Feels like it. Hold on. It's open. It's open though. Let me restart it. Yeah. Feels like it. Hold on. I mean, I can manually give you that part. Okay, I can't tell you. I have no idea why, but I restarted the bot, so it should maybe work from now on. It's okay, Junpei, just... Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. His lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he'd just discovered.
The bike.
Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him. Mom, newest got this shooting. I didn't do anything. Finished. A small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up. Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding. Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact 1. The nunnery game was played once before 9 years ago. Fact 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Fact 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO, Gentaro Hongo. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff, Nagisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor, Teruaki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Kagechika Musashido. I must punish them, for the innocent lives they sacrificed. That is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0. Junpei left the closet. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, Seven, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest.
悪いがちょっと付き合ってもらえないか。
付き合う？
大病室に移動してもらいたいんだ。
どうして？
確かめておきたいことがあるんだよ。
確かめるって何を？
俺が思ってる人間が本当に犯人なのかどうかをだ。
犯人ってお前。
ああ、もしかしたら分かっちまったかもしれないんだ。
じゃんじゃん。
誰がニルスと四つ葉を殺したのか。
The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to
とに
notice.
かく大病室に移動してくれ。すべてはそこで話そう。
Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock on the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased. We've only got an hour
さあ
left.
時間がない。行こ
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom.
う。さて、話を始める前に一つだけ頼みがある。
Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned
一名
around.
セブン、ヤシロ、そこのレッドに手のひらを乗せてくれないか。
ん？あん？
え？シャワー室に入るのなら向こうの数字の書かれてない扉の。
違うんだ。中に入るわけじゃないんだよ。だから認証を済ませたらすぐに扉から離れてほしい。
なんでだよ。
いいから黙って言うことを聞いてくれ。ニルスと四つ葉を殺した犯人。
Junpei's implication was clear and Seven understood perfectly.
わかったよ。
一宮とヤシロは。
いいだろう。
わかったわ。
Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shone from the red's display panel.
もしもこの装置が手のひらを乗せて反応する装置ではなく、バングルが近づいたかで反応する装置だという。
Who would have fucking guessed?
直接手を触れなくても。
Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared. Just as Junpei had expected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so as long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well. It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
何がしたかったんだ？
さあ。
Clearly, they were all expecting some
ありが
answers.
とう。ご協力感謝するよ。
Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
時に一宮、一つ聞きたいことがあるんだが。
なんだね。
俺が誰だかわかるか？
何を突然。
いいから答えてくれ。俺は誰だ？
そんなの決まってるじゃないか。順平くんだよ。
残念、外れた。俺はサンタだよ。
なんだと？
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. This is one of my favorite streams in the entire game. It's like, Santa looked especially close to discover he was actually someone else. Like, what? If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued.
今俺が着てるこの服はな、順平に借りたものなんだよ。で、順平が着てるのが俺の服。つまり俺たちは服を交換したってわけだ。
そんなバカな、ありえない。
俺はサンタじゃないと。
当然じゃないか。
なんでだよ。どうしてサンタじゃないって思うんだ？
もしも君がサンタなら、さっきの4人では3の扉は開けないはずだ。1たす7たす8たす3イコール19。1と9を足して10。にもかかわらず、我々4人の認証によって3の扉は開いた。
Fascinating, right? He does all of that math in his head to say, oh, the door wouldn't have opened. when every single other person would have been... It's because you don't actually have Santa's face.
なぜかそれは君のバングルナンバーが3などではなく
5だからか
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at
その
Junpei.
通り俺のバングルナンバーは5だ
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist.
悪いな一宮釜をかけさせてもらったんだよ言うまでもなく俺はサンタなんかじゃない順平だ当然のことだバカバカしいぐらいに当たり前の事実ところがそのバカバカしいぐらいに当たり前の事実が俺はあんたにこう聞いたよなどうしてサンタじゃないって思うんだするとあんたはこう答えたもしも君がサンタなら3の扉は開けないはずだって普通ならそんなことは言わない俺がサンタじゃないことの根拠としてまず真っ先にバングルナンバーの件を挙げたりはしないんだ普通はこう答えるだろうたった一言だけ顔が違うってな一宮あんたは総合失認症を患ってる
Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace.
総合失認症
The others looked confused.
なんだそいつは
さあな
総合失認症っていうのは
He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed.
分かったよ認めよう私は確かに総合失認症だ人間の顔を識別することができないだからなんだと言うんだね君は人の障害を笑って楽しいのか
No.
勘違いしないでくれ笑うつもりなんかさらさらないむしろ気の毒に思うぐらいだだが俺の推測が正しければニルスを殺した犯人は総合失認症である可能性が高いんだよ
Ace's face tightened. His eyes narrowed.
何が言いたい
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds.
ズバリよ一宮俺はあんたが犯人なんじゃないかってそう思ってるんだ
Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
バカバカしい何を根拠にそんなことを
根拠は3つあるまずは今から数時間前のことだこの大病室にある3つの扉を前にしてあの時俺たちは議論を戦わせたその場にいた7人全員ではそこで犠牲となる1人を決めるべきだと
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and
あ
continued.
の時一宮はこう言ったよな自分がここに残るとどうしてそんなことを言い出したのか簡単なことだ一宮はシャワー室に転がっている死体を俺たちに見られたくなかったんだよ一宮が一人でここに残れば残った6人は必ず全員で先に進むとしたら3の扉
Well, we can, but, you know.
そのことを一宮あんたから自分がここ
We
に
saw how that worked out.
おいおいよしてくれ君が私の勇敢な行為に対して嫉妬したくなる気持ちもわからないでもないがだからといって私の美談までも貶めることはないだろう私はただ自己犠牲の精神を持って君たちの命を救おうとしたまでだ
自己犠牲の精神
Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear.
あんたは知ってたんじゃないのかどの扉を通っても最終的にはこの大病室に戻ってくることになるって
何を言ってる知ってるわけがないだろう
そうかな
そうとも
Bleeding was not something that hurt from Ace before. Junpei pulled a piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the
ま
darkness.
あいいだろう根拠はあと2つある俺があんたを殺人犯だと考えている根拠だ その2つ目は、さっきも言った通り、あんたが総合失認症を患ってるからだ。
人の顔を識別できないような奴は悪人に決まっているか？それは偏見というものだよ、淳平君。
違う。俺はそんなくだらない理由で人を疑ったりはしない。
それじゃなぜ？
説明の前に、一つ重要な事実を伝えておこう。シャワー室に転がってる爆死体な。あれ、ニルスじゃないから。
なんだと？
Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't
四
Snape's.
つ葉から聞いたんだ。ニルスの左腕は人工的に作られたものらしい。ところが、シャワー室の爆死体、仮に SO とでもしておこうか。その SO の左腕は間違いなく生身の人間のそれだった。故に SO はニルスではない。
そんなバカな。
Ace started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past
ところ
caring.
で、今仮に犯人が総合失認症ではなかったと仮定してみよう。その場合、犯人は SO はニルスではないということにすぐに気づいたはず。着ている服はニルスのものと同じでも、顔が違うからな。一発でわかるだろう。ところが、どういうわけか、犯人はそいつを殺してしまった。なぜ？突如現れた見ず知らずの他人をどうしていきなり殺害する必要がある？一方、犯人が総合失認症だとすれば説明がつく。そいつは SO ニルスだと誤認し殺害に及んだ。
待ちたまえ。100歩譲って私がその SO とやらをニルスだと勘違いしたとしよう。だがもしも仮にそうだったとしても私には動機がない。
Really?
なんで私がニルスを殺さなければならないんだ？
理由は2つある。1つはニルスがあんたの過去を知っていたからだ。そのことをみんなにばらされてしまうのはまずい。いろいろと面倒なことになる。そこで口封じのためにあんたはニルスを始末することにした。2つ目、さらにニルスはあんたに対しておそらく恨みを持っていたはず。あんたはもちろんそのことを知っていた。それはあんたにとっては脅威以外の何者でもなかっただろう。いつ襲いかかって来られるかもわからない。そう思うと気が気じゃなかった。あんたは戦々恐々としていた。だから一刻も早くその脅威を払拭すべく。
なあ、ちょっと待ってくれ。
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke.
一宮の過去って一体何があったんだ？どうしてニルスは一宮に対して恨みを？
これだよ。
He handed Santa a small piece of
な
paper.
んだこの紙切れは。
Santa squinted at the paper and began to read.
ノナリーゲームは今から9年前にも行われたことがある。バングルナンバー2番のものは当時のゲームにも参加している。それを画策したのはクレイドルス。
Okay, yeah.
なんだよこれ。
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met
ゼロ
Junpei's.
からのメッセージだよ。一等船室の金庫の中に入ってたんだ。
Then suddenly,
いい加減にしてまえ。
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with
そ
desperation.
んなものはでっち上げに決まってるだろう。誰かが私を陥れようとしてるんだ。
私をって今そう言ったな。
Junpei's eyes narrowed and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Junpei to something, anything else.
今の発言によってあんたは自分がクレイドル製薬の CEO 本郷であると認めたことになる。間違いないな。
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he'd done, his eyes went wide.
ああ、そうとも認めよう。私は確かにクレイドル製薬の CEO 本郷源太郎。
A guy with a full name!
だからなんだと言うんだね。私は9年前に行われたノナリーゲームなんてものは全く知らない。その紙切れに書いてあることは全部デタラメだ。誰かが私を罠にはめるためにそんなものを。というか、そもそも。
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable
純平
position.
君、君はさっきから私が単独犯であるかのように主張し続けているが、 ここで今一度よくよく考えてもらいたい。一体どうすれば私はたった一人でニルスを殺せたりするのかな。
ニルスじゃない、SO だ。
そんなものはどっちでも構わん。とにかく犯人はそいつを3の扉の奥へとぶち込んだんだろう。
ああ、おそらくな。
だったら私一人だけでは犯行は不可能だ。
Yes, you could.
その SO とやらと私だけでは。
いや、開けるんだな。
I love when it's like the reactions is all just they don't actually say anything.
なんだと。
Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. Trap was about to
一
close.
宮、実はな、お前が意識を失っている間に抜き取らせてもらったものがあるんだよ。ほら、この大病室で麻酔薬を注射して眠りに落ちたことがあっただろう。あの時のことだ。あの時、俺はお前の懐から。
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
まさか。
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
かかったな、一宮。その右手の動きが何よりの証拠だ。当ててやろうか。コートの内ポケットに何が入ってるのか。9番のバングルだ。一宮、SO、9番のバングル。これら3社で認証を行えば、つまり SO の殺害は一宮、その懐に収められた 9番のバングルさえあればな。
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth twitching like a dying fish.
白を切るならそれでもいい。バングルなんて持っていない。強弁したければそうすればいいさ。だがそのコートだけは脱いでもらおう。それが嫌なら力ずくでも脱がせるまでだ。なあ、セブン。
おう、任せろ。
Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any
お
emotion.
見事だよ、淳平君。確かに君の言った通り、私は今9番のバングルを持っている。入手したのは抜き取られたレッドの基盤を全員で捜索していた時だ。あの時担当していた個室からこっそりと抜け出して、ね。
Yeah, that sprite doesn't look evil at all.
で、B デッキの一等船室へと私は向かったんだ。
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
目的はもちろん9番のバングルを回収することにあった。このノナリーゲームにおいて9はオールマイティーな存在。どんな数字に9を足しても最初の数字根は変わらない。
What? The pharmaceutical company CEO being evil? No way.
Big Pharma wants you to believe they're good. Yes,
つ
yes.
まり9はとても使い勝手のいい数字ということだ。その番号が割り振られたバングルを持っているだけでこのゲームをかなり有利に展開することができる。だから私はそれを手に入れるために一等船室へ向かったんだ。そして私は9番のバングルの回収に成功した。さらにそこで思いがけぬ収穫があってね。そう、あの男が所持していたナイフ。
Oh, that's the knife.
あれを手に入れ
Okay.
ることができたんだよ。
I kept wondering what the knife is.
私はそれらを回収し、速やかに一等船室を後にした。
I completely forgot he had a knife in the first place.
そして
The
階
knife
段
man,
を
I
降
mean.
りて担当の個室へ。戻りかけた時、私はニルスの
Knife.
いや、実際には別人らしいが、その男の後ろ姿を見つけた。どうやら大病室の方へと向かっているらしいと気づいた私は、 その男の後を追った。ニルスの服を着たその男は3の扉の前に佇んでいた。私は彼のもとへ歩み寄り、その背中に向かって声、ニルス。男は振り返った。ほうけたように開かれた口からはいかなる言葉もこぼれては来なかった。意識が朦朧としているらしい。まるで無遊病患者のようだった。何か睡眠薬のようなものでも飲んだのだろうか。その程度の疑問は浮かんだが、すぐに消えてしまった。
Oh yeah, yeah. Not important.
その男のことを完全にニルスだと思い込んでしまっていた私はこう考えた。こいつは9年前のノナリーゲームのプレイヤーだ。もちろん顔なんて覚えてはいないが、目が見えないという特徴を考えれば、そのことは自明だろう。
Both Snake and Clover, I feel like, really
だとすると、
have,
こい
you
つは
know,
私のことを恨んでいるに違いない。
get a lot of shit.
にもかかわらず、どうしてこいつは今まで私に何も言ってこなかったのだろう。接触を試みるような素振りさえ見せていない。目が見えないから私のことに気づいていないのだろうか。あるいはこいつはゼロの仲間か何かで私のことをたばかろうとしているのだろうか。いずれにせよ、私の過去を知っている人間がいるのは脅威だ。こいつが何か仕掛けてくる前に処分しておいた方が無難だろう。私はすぐに行動を開始することにした。
I forgot how long this section actually is.
9番の番号をレッドにかざし
Like, we're only here. I don't know why I thought we...
続けて自分も認証を済ませてから最後に男の腕を掴んで少々強引にスキャナーパネルへ、そして開け放たれた3の扉の奥へと、その9秒後、扉は自動的に閉鎖。さらに81秒が経過し、
The man inside the door passed away. Well, I wouldn't call that passing away.
私は何食わぬ顔をして担当の
Wasn't that peaceful?
引き返した。そして午前1時の時報を耳にしてこの大病室に戻ってきたというわけだ。
Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke.
チミヤ、四つ葉を殺したのも
その通り。
どうして？
あいつはニルスの妹だ。ニルスから何か聞いてるかもしれない、そう思ったんだよ。それにあのガキは1の扉に入ってしまった。ということはもしかしたらあれと接触してしまったかもしれない。
あれ？
あれはあれさ。なんなら1の扉に入って見てきたらどうかね。おそらくどこかに隠されているはずだ。
Seven Lotus interrupted.
俺とヤシロだって1の扉には入ったぜ。
ええ。だけど特に怪しいものなんてなかったわ。
だろうな。大階段の前で報告を聞いた時からそうだろうと思っていたよ。君たちはあれを見つけられなかったんだ、多分。だが四つ葉は違うかもしれん。さっきも言った通り、四つ葉はあれと接触した可能性があった。だから私は死に物狂いで彼女を探したんだ。やがてたどり着いた場所は、私は彼女の元へ近づいていき、君はあれに会ったのかね。
あれって何？
とぼけるんじゃない。船長室で会ったんだろう。
さあ、何のこと？
わかった。ところで四つ葉、こんなところで何をしてる？
何って別に。
靴の先に血がついてるな。 つい最近ついたもののように見えるな。9番の男の死体でも見に行ったのかね。なるほど。答えないということはどうやらよつだ。君は気づいてしまったようだね。あの男のバングルがなくなっていることに。
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way. He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard. She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run. He was faster. His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show. Seven's whole body trembled with rage and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
とにかく私の負けだ。乾杯だよ。だが順平君、勘違いしないでくれたまえよ。私が敗北を喫した相手とはゼロだ。今思えば、どうしてこんなわかりやすい罠にはまってしまったのかと、自分でも呆れるほどだよ。そう。これは罠だったんだ。私はまんまとゼロの術中にはまり、見事に踊らされてしまったんだ。シャワー室で殺された男、SO とやらが何者なのかはわからない。だが、とにかくあの男にはニルスの服が着せられていた。さらに抵抗を封じるためか、睡眠薬らしきものまで投与されていて、おまけにレッドには抜き取られたはずの基板が突き刺さっていた。どう考えてもゼロが全てを仕組んだとしか思えない。
Well,
私にあの男を殺させるようゼロがお膳立てを整えたんだ。つまりゼロには全てお見通しだったというわけさ。私がいずれ9番のバングルを回収するであろうことも、ニルスに対して殺意を抱くであろうことも、全部な。
全部な。
actually, my guy, give me 1 second. We have to make use of the be right back screen for once in a while. As soon as I find it, where is my be right back screen? There it is. Oh yeah, sure. You know what? This is a different one than the one we usually have, but give me a second. I will be right back. I don't know why the chat still doesn't work. Wait, I should also mute myself. That might be a good idea. And we're back. And I have a cat looking at me, who's not very happy for some reason. Probably because I'm not spending all of my attention on him. Hey, at least the pad is working. Would you look at that? Small things. Small things. Also, thank you for the idea time. Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now say the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words he'd heard from Clover. One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, 7, Lotus.
待て、もう一人いる。ニルス。シャワー室で爆死したのは彼ではなかった。つまりニルスはまだ生きている可能性が高いってことだ。なら、ニルスがゼロだということだって十分考えられる。もしかしたらニルスは自分が死んだかのように見せかけるために
Maybe.
自らに見せたのかもしれない。ニルスはどこにいるんだ。どこかで俺たちの様子を伺い朝笑っているのかもしれない。目ではなく耳での動作。あるいは外。
さてと、これで私の告白は終わりだ。そろそろ移動しないかね。
He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. But Santa was the last straw.
何を寝ぼけたこと言ってんだ。てめえなんざ置き去りにしていくに決まってんだろうが。
なぜ私が四つ葉を殺したからか。バカバカしい。あんなクソガキ一匹殺したぐらいで何をそう向きになる必要がある。
Excuse me?
ただの他人じゃないか。ほんの数時間前に会ったばかりの。そうだろ。この野郎!
Seven roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
いきなりグーとは、はあ、いい度胸してるな。だが嫌いじゃないぜ、お前みたいな気の強い女は。
He sniffled and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
だったらもう一発お見舞いしてあげましょうか。
いや、その前に、もしかしたら私の方からも一発ぶち込ませてもらうことになるかもしれん。
No? What's this? Oh. It's yours. Oh. No.
え？
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. It was a gun. A revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to the point at Lotus's head.
指先一つでも動かしてみろ。もうすでに2人も、いや、3人も殺してるんだ。ためらうことなど何もない。
3人ってどういうことですか？
いいだろう。この際だから教えてやろう。実は9番の男を殺したのも私なんだよ。まあ、正確に言うと爆死するように仕向けただけだが、最初に大階段の付近を探索していた時、あの男はこっそりと私のそばに近づいてきて自らの名前を名乗ったんだ。その名前には聞き覚えがあった。そのことに気づいた私は奴の耳元に向かってこう囁いた。 どうやらデッドの設定が変えられているらしい。一人で認証を行ってもバングルの起爆タイマーは停止できるようだ。後で落ち合おう。お前は先に5の扉の向こうを
A little white lie that got him killed.
とね。
Yay!
そして
それじゃあ皆さんお達者で。僕は一足お先に失礼させてもらうことにするよ。なんでだ、なんで止まらないんだ。話が違うじゃないか。開けてくれ、開けてくれ、頼む。助けてくれ、ここから出してくれ。ダメだ、もうダメだ、手が言えない。聞いてくれ、僕は騙されたんだ。あいつに。
It's not very helpful to just scream, "He killed me."
あの男を
Because there's many people I could have applied to.
まずこのノナリーゲームにおいて Q がオールマイティな存在になることはさっきも言った通りだ。そんな都合のいい存在を生かしておいてはいずれ脅威にもなりかねない。そこで私は奴を序盤の段階で排除しておくことにしたのだ。そして同じくさっきも言った通り、私は9番のバングルを欲していた。
That sounds like the first point.
それが手に入ればこのゲームを有利に展開することができるからだ。そのためには奴に死んでもらわなければならなかった。これが2つ目の理由になる。さらに番号云々を抜きにしても私にとってあの男の存在は邪魔者以外の何者でもなかった。あの男は私の過去、9年前の出来事を知っているからだ。
It's so funny how in the beginning, one is to eliminate the threat of 9, the other is to acquire the power of 9. Okay, fair. But one goes hand in hand with the other. That's so funny because in the very beginning they were all like, oh, what do we have in common? How are any of us people connected? Why would Zero choose us? Who is Zero? And then like, oh, but no one here knows each other except for, you know, Clover and Snake being siblings, and Junpei and June being childhood friends. And now it's like, oh yeah, you know, here's a big evil guy who took some part in a version of this game that was played before, apparently. Also, here's a cop who was, for some reason, also here trying to clear up that case. Also, here's a mother of one of the children who was involved before. Also, Snake, for some reason, was also involved in the game before. Was Clover involved with the game because he's a sister? We don't know. It's all coming together.
そのことを他の者たちに告げられる前に早めに始末しておく必要があった。最後の動機はテストのためだ。このノナリーゲームが本気なのか単なる悪ふざけなのか、私はそれを確かめたいと思った。そこで奴がルール違反を犯すように仕向け、その結果を見ることにしたのだ。
Junpei glared at him.
3番目の動機だけ一体9年前に何があったって言うんだ。
だから言っただろう。ノナリーゲームが行われたんだよ。
Thank you. I hope so too. I hope so too. I've already killed my first chocolate Easter bunny. Or like I'm in the active process of eliminating the last remains.
私が企画して行わせたんだ。
なぜ？目的は何だ？
さあな、そこまで教えてやる義務はない。
He smirked. He was trying to provoke them and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
ねえ、何なのよ、この銃は。一体いつの間にこんなものを。
サンタ教えてやってくれ。
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
6の扉の先、あの貨物室の棺の中にあった銃だな。 俺たちが目を離してる隙にこっそりと抜き取ったんだろう。
その通り迂闊だったな。置いていくなんて言い出さなければよかったもの。
I snuffed, a short derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look.
さて、時間がない。そろそろ私は失礼させてもらうことにするよ。
Oh yeah, right, of course. He needs Lotus because 1 and 8 is 9, plus the number 9 bracelet. So he can open the number 9 door, or one of them, I guess.
どこに行くつもりですか？
決まってるだろう。わからないのかい。私は9番のバングルを持っている。そして今。
Yeah.
確か礼拝堂みたいな場所に9の扉があったとかなんとかって言ってたな。
2 of them.
そこに向かうつもりか。
ああ、よく知ってるな。
さっき四つ葉を捜索してる時に聞いたんだよ。
なるほどな。まあ、とにかくそういうわけだから、君たちとはここでお別れだ。あった、さっき言ったこと忘れるなよ。少しでも動けば、私は迷わず引き金を引く。
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
このままじゃ逃げられるぞ。
だが、奴は本気だ。
Junpei sent at June and Steven stood, frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. He had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the
さ
exit.
あ、ヤシロ、私に代わって扉を開けてもらおうか。
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once
そ
more.
れじゃあな。
Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. Ooh, we're getting there. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
おい、どうしたんだ紫。しっかりしろ。
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
すごい熱じゃないか。大丈夫か。
June's fever had returned again for no apparent reason. To be fair, her fever going up and down is... Yeah. Yeah. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
私なら大丈夫ですか？それよりもヤシロさんを。
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
でも
Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
私のことなら気にしないでください。ちょっと休めばきっと良くなると思います。ほら、さっきだってその前だってそうだったでしょ。だからお願い、ヤシロさんを。
あの一宮のことだ。おそらく用済みになったらヤシロのことを。
くそ。順平、セブン、先に行っててくれ。紫が回復したらすぐに後を追う。だから。
Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was
よ
set.
し、わかった。行こうセブン。一名の後を追うんだ。
おう、了解だ。
サンタ、紫のこと頼んだぞ。ああ。
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him.
それじゃ行こう。
Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
一宮とヤシロは 先に進んじまったのか。
He reached up to wipe a palmful of sweat from his brow. Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors.
レッドを確認するぞ。
The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. This read would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
エンゲージと。入室中。
つまり一宮とヤシロはこっちの扉から入ってったってことかい。
らしいな。
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
どうするよ。
どうするも何も。あっちのでかい方の9の扉は確かに残ってる。
二人じゃどうにもならねえしな。
そうだ。第一俺たちの数字根は9じゃないし。
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel.
なんだ
Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room looking for the source of the sound. It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or, more precisely, what was on it.
棺
だな。
開けてみよう。
どうやって？
力ずくで。
無理だろ、どう考えても。
試してみなきゃわからないだろ。成功の唯一の条件は99の失敗に対して恐れぬ勇気を持つことだ。
Okay.
どれの言葉だよ。
忘れた。いいから、とにかく試してみようぜ。
Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
そう。
ほらな、やっぱりダメだろ。そう簡単に開くんだったら、こんなもんついてるわけがねえんだよ。
Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the
ここ
coffin.
に番号を入力しないと開かない。そういうことか。
The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei
何
wondered.
か手がかりになるようなものはないのか。
They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
なあ、順平。お前、一等船室のバスルームの前で、妙な数字をつぶやいてたよな。あれって、四つ葉が持ってた暗号文を解いたもんだろ。真実は去り、とかなんとかっていう。
ああ、そうだが、それが。
もしかしたらその数字が、この装置の暗証番号になってるんじゃねえか。
いや、セブン、それはありえないよ。あの数字は、クローゼットの中にあった金庫を解錠するためのものだったんだ。
だが、あの金庫も、この棺も、用意したのは同じ人物。
ああ、おそらくな。
Also, you never know until you try.
だったら、同じ暗証番号を設定してるかもしれねえじゃねえか。
そんなバカな。
念のため、試してみたらどうだ。
無駄だ
Two
よ。
cats in a room.
同じなわけない。
なんで言い切れんだよ。やってみなきゃわかんねえだろうが。成功の唯一の条件は99の失敗に対して恐れぬ
Just
勇
do
気
it.
を持つことだ。
誰の言葉だ。
お前の言葉だよ。
わかったよ。
He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
143834121。
Quickly, he typed them in. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment.
マジかよ。
There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside.
ミルス
Yeah, baby!
お前、どうして？
ああ、その声は順平くんとセブンだね。他のみんなはここにはいないのかい？
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but they had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in a coffin. Apparently, he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them.
なるほど。だいたい理解したよ。他には特に大きなことはなかったんだよね。
No, there was one thing they kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane. They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
しかし、ニルスが閉じ込められた経緯を聞いても。
特にゼロの正体とその意図が全く不明のままだ。なんだってゼロはシャワー室の男にニルスの服を着せたりしたんだ。9年前に行われたというノナリーゲームと何か関係があるのか。
なあニルス、何か知らないか？
Junpei put a question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
さあ、何のことだい？僕にはよくわからないな。
It seemed as though Snake was, perhaps not being entirely honest, but acknowledged that Junpei and Seven did good.
なあ、いいから教えてくれよ。もういいだろ？
そんなことを言われても、知らないものは知らないからね。
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
まずいな。タイムリミットはもう間もなくだろう。
一刻も早く一宮の後を追わないといけないってのに。
However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next.
一体どうすればいいんだ?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the number 2 and the 2 in the bracelet on Snake's wrist.
今ここにいる3人では数字痕は9にはならないね。
ああ、5だな。
つまりこの3人では先には進めないということになるが。
そういや。
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything.
なんだ?
どうしたんだい?
いや、実はあることを思い出してな。
あることって?
これだよ。
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye.
ゼロのバングル。
なんだって？セブンは今ゼロのバングルを持ってるっていうのか？
ああ。
そんなもの一体どこで？
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed Seven looking away.
四つ葉からもらったんだ。
四つ葉から？どういう経緯で？
四つ葉はこのバングルを A デッキにある1の扉の先、船長室の中で見つけたらしいんだ。で、かさばるから持っててくれって、そう頼まれてな。
嘘だ。
Junpei could tell right away that Seven wasn't telling the truth.
そもそもあいつはこう言っていた。
中はまだ見てねえ。現場保存は捜査の鉄則だからと言いつつ、実は一つ。
Yeah.
それはニルスに四つ葉のことを悟らせないためのものだ。
というわけで順平、留守番の方。なんてな、冗談だよ。だが、このゼロのバングルがレッドに認識されるかどうかは一応調べておきたい。
Makes sense.
ちょっと手を貸してくれ。
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the two doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they'd done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 plus 2 plus 0 is 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open.
なんでだ? 開かないぞ。
3つ目のアスタリスクは灯ったから、
It definitely counts as a number, but probably not the zeros he had hoped for.
ゼロのバングルが認識されてないってことはなさそうだが。
ゼロじゃないのかもしれないよ。
え？
なんだって？
そのバングルに割り振られてる数字はゼロじゃないのかもしれない。そう言ってるんだ。別の組み合わせで試してみたらどうかな。そうすればそのバングルの本当の数字がわかるかも。
わかった。
Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination: Junpei 7 and the bracelet.
俺、セブン、謎のバングルでやってみよう。この組み合わせで9の扉が開いたら、謎のバングルには6が割り振られていることになるわけだ。
They scanned in their bracelets. Nyahaha.
開いた。
ああ、そのようだね。
Seven clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and small. The door slid closed. Junpei forward for it as he thought.
謎のバングルに割り振られた数字は6。
Yep.
だけど、どうして6なんだ？バングルの文字盤には0と表示されているのに。
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry.
まずいな。タイムリミットが来ちまったのか。
とにかく扉が開くことは分かったんだ。行こう。
行くって。ニルス、お前はどうするんだよ。
そうだ。先に進めるのは俺と順平だけだぜ。
安心しろ。いい考えがあるんだよ。最後の
His left arm isn't real anyway.
最後の
手段。
It's not like a prosthetic arm is going to really produce much of a heartbeat, is it? Of a pulse. Right? Junpei 7 and Snake ran full tilt down a long straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, Seven spoke.
それにしても驚いたな。まさかそんな手があったとは。なあニルス、どうして最初からその手を使わなかったんだ。
だから言っただろ。最後の手段だって。初めからそんなことをしたら真っ先に僕が疑われることになるじゃないか。こいつが犯人だ。こいつこそがゼロに違いない。そう言ってみんなで寄ってたかって僕のことを糾弾し始める。そうなるのは目に見えて分かってた。だから本当にどうにもならなくなった時にだけ、ギリギリの状況に追い詰められた時にだけ外そうと思ってたんだよ。
Snake's plan had been simple but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei it had looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it?
お兄ちゃんの左腕は普通の人とは違うの。人工的に作られたものなんだ。
Snake had slit the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
左手が義手でよかったというのもなんだけど。
バングルさえなければ怖いものなんて何もないからな。
ま、そうだね。
He'd walked through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out the other side unscathed and began running down the hall alongside Seven and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the
この階
staircase.
段、どうやらボトムデッキへと繋がっているらしいな。
浸水はしていないみたいだ。
They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It took only a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single
あの
door.
ドアを進むぞ。
Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It read incinerator.
インシネレーター。
まあそれは多分焼却炉のことだ。扉の近くにレバーがついてないかな。
ああ、確かについてるが。
お前、 なんでそんなこと知ってんだ。
話してあげてもいい。だけど半日は覚悟してくれ。
Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever.
それを操作すれば扉は開くはずだ。
分かった。
He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door.
そんな。どうしてだ。どうしてここにも9の扉が。
The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Emergency alert!
Emergency alert!
Emergency alert! Emergency incineration command has been confirmed.
Okay.
Automatic incineration will take action in 9 minutes.
Of course.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
ああ、いいね。盛り上がってきたじゃないか。なかなかいい演出だと思うぞ、ゼロ。
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's
頭
face.
の悪そうなお前らのために翻訳してやろう。今のアナウンスはな。
焼却システムの開始を告げるものだ。あと9分でこのドームは火の海になる。
ああ、お前は誰だ。
わからないのか。ニルスだよ。
ニルス。ああ、そうかそうか。生きてたんだったな、お前。そんなへんてこな衣装を着てるもんだからわからなかったよ。よくぞご無事で。
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his
ところ
teeth.
でお前らどうやってここに来たんだ。ニルス、順平、セブン。この3人では9の扉は開けないはずだが。もしかして四つ葉のバングルを使ったのか。
なんだと。
ああ、どうやらその反応からすると違うようだね。
待て。どうして突然四つ葉のバングルなんて話が出てくるんだ。
Junpei felt his chest tighten.
まさかお前まだ教えてもらってないのか。
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's interesting. Actually, with the Japanese voice acting, it's interesting to hear how some of the things are just originally already in English. Also explains why sometimes they're like, it says English word, which means, It's like, oh yeah, okay, I guess, because they just straight up use the English word.
何をだ。
そうか、その様子だとやはり知らないようだな。本来であればもっとたっぷりともったいつけてじらしてやるところなんだが、あいにくと時間がない。手っ取り早く教えてやろう。四つ葉はな。
やめろ一味や、それ以上言うな。
四つ葉は
やめろと言ってるだろう。ニルス、聞くな、聞いちゃダメだ。
Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him. Ace looked at him. Corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel
四
smile.
つ葉はな、死んでしまったんだよ。
The color left Snake's face. Considering he's already one of the palest people we have in this fucking game. He shook his head weakly.
そんなバカな。嘘だろ。嘘に決まってる。
嘘なもんか。私が殺したんだ。間違いない。
なんだと。
もう一度言ってやろうか。私が殺したんだ。
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei, disturbingly like a demon.
本当ならもっと苦しませずに行かせてやりたかったんだがな。この銃を使って頭を撃ち抜いて。だがそんなことをしたら銃声が響き渡ってしまう。 だからナイフを使ったんだよ。9番の男が持っていたあのナイフをな。ちょうど肩甲骨の下あたりだったか。うまい具合に肋骨の隙間をすり抜けてくれてね。ああ、そうそう。彼女の肉はとっても柔らかかったよ。何の抵抗もなくスッとナイフの刃がうずもれていった。あの感触、思い出しただけでもゾクゾクするね。できることならもう一度味わいたいぐらいだ。
Incineration will start in 7 minutes.
Snake's words were guttural growl, barely
あ
audible.
あ、なんだって？
殺してやる。殺してやる。
ああ、殺してやるって言ったのか。どうぞ、やれるもんならやってみたまえ。
よせ、ニルス！
ダメだ、奴の挑発に乗るな。
ほら、どうした？かかってこいよ。すぐに妹のところに行かせてやるぜ。
ダメだ、ニルス！
やめろ！
The snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair. Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror. Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her and she'd made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will start in 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
その女を渡せ。
He raised a
そ
gun.
いつがいないと困るんだよ。私とその女と例のこの背後にある9の扉から脱出することができないんだ。だから早くしてくれ、時間がないんだ。
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
ああ、なるほど。やむをえんな。ならば君たちにはここで死んでもらうことにしよう。幸いなことに弾はまだ5発も残っている。順平君に1発、社に1発。そこのバカでかい男に3発お見舞いして、私は社の体を引きずりながらこの部屋を後にすることにしよう。
Incineration will start in 4 minutes.
さあ、そろそろ時間だ。君たちと遊べて楽しかったよ。
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh. Then it happened. Snake stood up. For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward one step closer to Ace. Then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie. His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead. Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury. Just because Seven is a really big guy, yeah. Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. Fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and his broken and battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will start in 3 minutes.
But Snake wasn't done. Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg, and the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone. He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
Incineration will start in 2 minutes.
You put 6 bullets into this guy. He's not wounded too seriously? Are you kidding me? But also, there's one gripe I have with the CG. I'm so sorry. I have to destroy things, but how is he doing that with his left hand? Unless that's like a really, really good prosthetic that for some reason lets you actually move the fingers. Just like that when he, you know, kind of destroyed them earlier to get out of the... It's a robotic prosthetic as far as you know? Okay. Well, I sure hope so, because otherwise this doesn't make much sense. Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices and their words were strained. Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled a sad sort of smile. Oh, I am aware. I know. It's just they could have drawn it to kind of be with his right hand, so this question wouldn't have come up in the first place.
Incineration will start in 1 minute.
1 minute.
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung and he tried desperately to swallow to clear the lump in his throat. Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. New emotions surged through his heart alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with a thunderous force into his shaken, unprepared mind. Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to. He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his sides and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
Incineration will start in 10 seconds. 7, 6.
くそ、仕方ねえ。悪く思うなよ。
Five, four, three, two,
せやれよ。
1, 0. Gate 2 and Gate 3 lockdown complete. Engaging incineration.
Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shake his feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door. There was a small window cut into it. Inside he could see Ace and Snake.
くそなぜだなんでだどうして私がこんな目に遭わなければならない答えろゼロどうしてどうしてゼロゼロ
Isn't it one of the first times that you hear the song? He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she'd put up against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door and the hallway they'd come down earlier.
おい、待て、純平。
淳平くん、どこに行くの？
He blinked when the voices broke the silence. He stopped.
待っててくれ。紫とサンタを連れてくる。
連れてくるって。
どうやって？
いいからお前らは黙ってそこで待ってればいいんだよ。
He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. He stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going. Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it. He pushed it and the door opened. True. But I feel this is the first time you hear it for an extended amount of time. Junpei was in a large hospital room.
Murasaki! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them. We're still not in the last one. Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the what? Brain? Hello? Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Yeah, that was weird. It's funny that you can skip the animation for the elevators. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there, on the red carpet in the center of the room... June! No, codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Kenny. And she was uncannily dead. Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her. He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still, so very still. Uncannily still? Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Back. Back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. Relief washed over him. Junpei reached down and gently, very gently lifted her up. Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. He stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest. Her voice was very faint. I have no idea. And I'm sorry, it's such a stupid nickname. I hate it. Kenny? Kenny, shut the fuck up. Do you think they reused the same voice lines? Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke. Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice. No, but it's the exact same text as in the submarine ending. No way did they record them twice. Those are the exact same lines. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero? She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere. He didn't want to leave Kenny alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel. She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before. And now she was gone. His cries split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it. A strange smell, one he'd smelled before. Nine seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. Wow! What was that about? Safe ending, yes. I have to admit, I didn't actually plan on going that far today. I only wanted to like catch the last bad endings, basically. But we were way quicker with the bad endings. Then I thought, oh yeah, let's do the safe ending so we can do the true ending next time. I did not consider that the safe ending has a bunch of revelations, so obviously it would take this long. Also, hi, good morning. Whoopsie. Unfortunate. It is way later than I would like it to be. Good morning, how are you? That was a save ending in 999. Good. We now know who murdered a few people. We now also know that, oh god, there's some more stuff behind the number 9 doors. That is unfortunate. Yeah, it is. It is. We are going to have to put a stop here though, because there's no way I can do the entire true ending of the game as well right now. It also only opens this number 6 door. The end! Or is it? Most important ending for explaining motor events and unlocks all the keys for the training. So yeah! But I didn't want to stop at like 2 hours and a little bit, but now we're at what, 4.5? Jesus Christ. Why are you dying? Why are you dying on my chapel floor, actually? Thank you, opening. I would like to save the info I obtained, yes. Yes. Would you look at that? We're only missing 2 more endings. The only reason that is because... yeah, big key unlocked. The only reason that is because you can come over here before having played this and you will always be locked into this one. We still haven't ever done this room, I just realized. We've never done it. Well, good thing we're gonna have to do it soonish anyway. Good, good, good. That means I can go jump over here so we can put our save right there. Why does it always switch over to the adventure screen? It's one of your favorites. Mine too. Mine too. This is not the first time I've played these games. It's the first time I'm doing it on stream though, so yeah. But we are simply going to save right here. Yes, I would like to return to the title screen. Ho, ho, ho. Yeah! No, this is not a blind playthrough. Not at all. It's not even my first time playing the remaster, no. I'm literally just, you know, replaying them because of the Somnium Files announcement for the 3rd game. with the Seek a Way Out thing, and I thought that would be a nice enough reason to like play 999 again, or both, all three of them, all three Zero Escape games. Probably not anytime soon. I'm way behind on a bunch of other games. Like ever since Danganronpa V3, I've not finished any of those games, so I don't think I'm gonna pick up 100 Line anytime soon. I do hope it's gonna do well though, because he said it's gonna be his last game ever if it doesn't do well. So I'm hoping even if I don't get it, it's gonna sell well. Yeah, for sure. Always. I have not. No. I'm actually currently privately playing through Katawa Shoujo to try and make a dent in my classic visual novels that everyone and their mother knows that I have never played myself. But I have to get around to doing Ever 17 sometime as well. For sure. But yeah, that is going to be it for today. Katawa Shoujo, I don't know if I like it yet. It's 3 games and I'm struggling to get through the first one, which is really upsetting because, hey, murder mystery. But, No, thank you guys for coming back. No, stop doing that game. Thank you so much for coming by and joining me at this very weird stream time. I won't be back to streaming for the remainder of the weekend because I won't be home after this. I'm actually going to pack my things now. Absolutely, I hope so too. For now, have a good day, night, whatever time it is, as we are all in very different time zones, it seems. We're gonna raid Xeon, who's playing Xenoblade Chronicles X, because it's like, okay, this is not my usual time. And it feels like he's pretty much the only person who's actually live for me right now, so might as well. I wish all of you a great remainder of your day. Thank you for coming by, and I'll have to try and fix the chat. I don't know why that happened today. For now, have a good night. Whatever.
Bye bye. Bye.